Lucia's foot hurt more than it ever had. Axel saw her expression and immediately picked her up. Axel! Lucia was shocked. They were in front of so many people that she really didn't know what to do. I'll take you to the doctor, Axel said. I'm fine. Put me down. So many people are watching. If Dalen saw this, he would be furious. Axel ignored her and carried her to the doctor before placing her on the chair. Then Axel squatted down to trade her shoes for slippers. No! Lucia retracted her foot in pain. Axel was stunned as he looked at her. Lucia looked a little uncomfortable. She felt that she had overreacted and said embarrassedly, How can I let you help me? Sorry to trouble you. I'll take it off myself. Axel stood up silently and looked at Lucia, who took off her shoes. Did she really not want to trouble him? She didn't seem to mean that, but Axel didn't say anything. When Lucia took off her shoes, she was shocked. Her feet had started to bubble with blisters and were covered in blood. It seemed somewhat frightening. She knew that this must have been from the hike. How did this happen? Axel frowned, and there was displeasure in his voice. You don't take care of yourself very well. Well, it wasn't this bad at first, so it didn't hurt. Lucia laughed dryly and looked away guiltily. She was so focused on Dalen that she completely ignored her own situation. She hadn't felt any pain at all. Axel naturally knew what was going on. His heart felt even more uncomfortable. The doctor first cleaned her feet with water. After the blood was cleaned, he was able to see the ruptured blisters and apply medicine to the wounds. Lucia bared her teeth as the ointment stung her skin. Doctor, be gentle, Axel said. It's going to sting. Your wound is open, but we need to get it clean before it gets infected, the doctor said. Lucia could only bear with the pain. After dealing with the blisters, the doctor applied bandages. You must apply this ointment 3 times a day, the doctor said. Then he passed the paper to Axel. Go get the medicine on this prescription. When Axel came back, she couldn't feel her feet at all. Now she was limping from the pain, even when Axel helped her. Axel, you can go now. I can get back by myself. Lucia pulled back her arm that was being held. How can I be at ease with you like this? I'll see you back, Axel said. It's nothing. When Lucia refused, she turned around and saw Robert walking over. He completely ignored her and looked at Axel. I have something to talk to you about. Then he gave Lucia a pointed look. Then I'll leave first. Lucia turned around and walked to the taxi with a limp after she finished speaking. Axel's expression wasn't good as he pursed his lips. What are you doing? What more do you want to do with her? Robert's expression didn't look any better. What are you worried about? Axel asked. Everything you do worries me. I just hope your mind is clear, Robert said. I approve of your methods because the bigger the misunderstanding, the greater the prejudice Linda will have towards Lucia, and the greater the chances for Victoria to win. But you must remember you can't be with her. Axel frowned as he looked at Robert. Robert didn't say anything else and just turned around and left. When Lucia made it back, Edward and John were both stunned. The first to react was Edward. Young madam, you're back. Yes, Lucia said, looking a little uncomfortable. Thinking back to when she ran away and now, she seemed to be lacking courage. John excitedly stepped forward. Young madam, you're finally back. You really worried us to death. I'm not back. I was just on a trip, she said. But Mr. Patrick, is he okay now? John looked at the expression on Lucia's face. If there was anything wrong, the young mistress would tell them, right? Did no one tell you? Lucia asked. Edward's expression was solemn as he said, The bodyguards came back to take Mr. Patrick's clothes, so we assumed. Don't worry, he's fine now. The operation has been completed and it was a success. We're just waiting for him to wake up. Lucia smiled. Thinking of something, she said, From today onwards, who will deliver the food to the hospital? Dalen's mom will definitely be there, and Dalen will need to eat after he wakes up, and he loves the food that's made here. John became a little emotional when he heard this. We will definitely deliver food to Mr. Patrick, but Linda should have her own servants prepare our food. Edward looked over at John with a stern look, indicating that he should not speak so carelessly. Why? Lucia asked. Well, she caused the young mistress to suffer. I don't want to serve her. Ignoring the gaze of the supervisor, John spoke his mind. However, Lucia did not want to take revenge on Linda. After all, she was Dalen's mom. She said to Edward and John, Don't have such thoughts. To me, she is family. She did something wrong, but we can't be disloyal. Not only to give her food, but also make sure it's delicious, all right? Although John felt that Linda wasn't worthy of such a caring daughter-in-law, as a servant, he couldn't possibly make this decision for the family. He replied, Don't worry, young madam. We will definitely send food. Lucia looked around and asked, Is Victoria living here? Victoria? She doesn't live here, John said with a confused expression. No? Are you sure? Lucia was wondering if John was intentionally hiding something from her. Edward answered, It's like this. After you left, Miss Victoria did indeed come to stay for 2 days. But after that, she was ordered to leave and never come back. Lucia thought to herself, Did she really only stay for 2 days and then leave? Lucia was shocked that Victoria had only stayed at the mansion for 2 days. So nothing happened between her and Dalen? Is Victoria's room still set up? Lucia asked. Yes, Edward said. Lucia's expression changed as she said, Take me there. After taking 2 steps, Edward and John both noticed Lucia's feet. Edward gasped, Madam, your feet. It's nothing. I walked too much and got a blister. I've seen a doctor, Lucia said indifferently. Actually, the blisters on her feet were minimally important compared to Dalen's injuries and recovery. Therefore, she didn't take them seriously at all. They arrived at Victoria's room, and Lucia looked at everything inside and wondered why Dalen made Victoria leave, but still kept this room for her. Did he still want her to come back and stay? Seriously, there's no one staying in here anymore. Why are the blankets on these beds still there? Put them away. Lucia kept pointing to things in the room. There's also this. Throw it away. Edward replied, Yes, Mum. Lucia thought for a moment and looked back at them. Don't you think we should wait until Dalen comes back before he agrees to dispose of this room? After all, he's the biggest one in the mansion. No, madame. I think you're the biggest one in the mansion. Why do you say that? Lucia asked in surprise, but the truth was she felt very comfortable listening to it. All right, after we leave, lock this room up forever. Don't open it again. Lucia walked towards the door after she finished speaking. Edward slightly lowered his head in respect as Lucia walked by. Edward had always listened to Dalen, so why did he agree to her now? How strange. This caused Lucia's heart to feel at ease. Next, they entered her and Dalen's room, and Lucia suddenly had a feeling that something was amiss. How long had it been since she'd been here? She realized that she missed this place, but she didn't know if it was out of habit or reliance. Maybe both. Lucia stood at the head of the bed. 2 pieces of paper were pasted on the wall, the contracts that she and Dalen had made for each other. As Lucia looked at them, she felt that these 2 pieces of paper were not the same as they used to be. She realized that there was a layer of transparent oil paper on top of the paper. That way, the handwriting won't fade with time. When did Dalen do this? Lucia shook her head speechlessly. Lucia's scalp tingled as she walked around the room. That night, Lucia hugged the pillow that Dalen had slept on. She could smell Dalen's cologne on the cloth, even though she knew that all the pillows and quilts had been changed. It seemed that wherever Dalen had been, there would always be a hint of him. It was as if his presence was everywhere. Lucia would occasionally fiddle with her phone, hoping that someone would call her and tell her about Dalen's progress. She was sure that when Dalen woke up, he would be the first to call her. Eventually, Lucia fell asleep. When she woke up in the morning, she was still holding her cell phone. Lucia looked at her phone, but no one had called her. Lucia was slightly disappointed, but she immediately called Axel. When he answered, Lucia immediately asked, "Axel, how is Dalen? Is he awake?" "Not yet. Don't worry, he'll wake up," Axel said. "I know, he will definitely wake up. I was just anxious," Lucia said, embarrassed. Actually, for her, as long as Dalen was asleep, she couldn't completely relax. Presumably, the brain surgery required a certain amount of time to recover. "Did you sleep well last night? Are your feet still hurting?" Axel asked. "I slept well, and my feet were fine." "That's good." "Did you sleep in the hospital last night?" Lucia asked. "Yes," Axel said. "You've worked hard." Lucia was very grateful to him. "I just want him to be okay," Axel said quietly. "So who's there now?" Lucia asked. "I'm still here." "Uh-huh. Don't you need a break?" Axel laughed lightly. "What is there to be afraid of? The conditions in the hospital aren't bad. There's a suite with a bed where I can sleep." "Then can I come tomorrow night?" Lucia immediately asked. "I'll come after Linda goes and then leave before dawn." Axel sighed. "It's better not to come. You should just wait for my brother to wake up." "Fine," Lucia agreed helplessly. After hanging up, Lucia was lost in thought. Axel was a gentle and refined gentleman. She felt that there was a huge disparity in status between Dalen and Axel. Lucia wished that Dalen could be more kind, like Axel was. After Axel finished the call with Lucia, he stood beside Dalen's bed in the ward. Dalen lay on the sickbed as if he was asleep, but even so, he looked intimidating. Axel walked forward and looked at Dalen's facial features in close proximity, and then he said, "Do you know who the person I envy the most in this world is? It's you. I've felt this way my whole life. Do you know that?" Then Axel walked out of the ward and saw Robert. "How is he?" Robert asked. "Still hasn't woken up," Axel responded. "He really is lucky," Robert said, but there was a bitterness in his voice. He added, "He shouldn't be alive." Axel was stunned and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Don't do anything rash. There are monitors and alarms in there. The moment you move against him, those bodyguards will appear faster than the police." Robert's face turned ugly. He looked at Axel and asked, "Do you know how powerful Dalen is? This is where his strength lies. Even when he's unconscious, he's still more powerful than anyone else." Axel looked at Robert and didn't say anything. Robert continued, "You don't need to concern yourself with this. Just go to the company and take care of business." Axel rubbed his hand across his face. "Got it." Robert turned around and left. Just as he walked out of the hospital and got in the car, his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw the caller ID. He was stunned for a moment before answering. "Is Dalen dead?" the other party asked directly. "What do you think?" Robert was annoyed. "Do you want us to stab him again?" the other party arrogantly asked. To Robert, it sounded like a stupid, empty threat. "No need. Now that he's back in the city, things are much more complicated," Robert said. "I say, don't tell me you want to go back on your word," the man asked. "What do you mean? Why did you send the second group over? We had already done everything we could, and I've lost quite a bit of money as well as my car. You'll need to pay for my losses." Robert didn't mind the extra money, but his mind caught on something the other person said. He asked, "The other group?" "Yes, One of our cars crashed into Dalen's car from the other side and fell off the cliff. But then another group showed up. Don't you understand the rules? If you call us, you can only hire us. I'll pay for it, that's all. Robert hung up and thought about the words spoken by the person who he'd hired. A second group? He had only hired this batch. Where did the second batch come from? This confused him. Was he not the only one who had seized this opportunity to try and kill Dalen? Then who else? If that was the case, he wouldn't have to worry about acting alone. But neither of them succeeded in killing Dalen, which made him very angry. His nephew's life was truly valuable. However, wasn't he still unconscious? If he did not die, he would find out who attacked him, and he would make sure that everyone in the city knew about it. After Lucia left the mansion, she went to the supermarket that she stole from and returned the snacks she had stolen. Dalen was fine now, so she had to return the items. A surprised voice sounded as she was about to leave the supermarket. Lucia? Lucia turned her head in shock, only to see Cole staring at her with a face full of shock. Why was Cole here? Cole stepped forward. You're back? When did you get back? Today. You called yesterday and I came back today. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Lucia said quickly. Why didn't you tell me when you came back? Not even on the phone. Is Dalen back too? Cole was more concerned about their relationship than anything else. Well, I'm back. Cole looked at Lucia's flickering eyes and sized her up again. Why did you get skinnier? Did I? Lucia held her face in her hands and said, I don't think so. Are you okay? Cole asked. What do you want? Lucia countered, becoming impatient. Cole couldn't tell what was wrong with Lucia. Why are you here? Lucia asked. I have to go back to work soon, Cole said. That's true. It's time to go to work. Lucia nodded, trying to get away. Why are you in such a hurry? It's all the same to you. Cole laughed at her. Lucia smiled and did not deny it. I just have things to do. I want to buy something for the office. Will you help me? Cole pointed at the supermarket. Sure. Lucia then entered the supermarket with Cole. Dalen's accident had been kept a secret. There wasn't even a media report about him. No reporter would dare offend the Patrick family for a moment of glory. By the time Cole finished his shopping, he saw the current situation on TV in the supermarket. The woman reporter was speaking. The Patrick's company's CEO is suspected to be severely ill. He is in a coma in the hospital, and no one is certain when he will wake up. Our reporters requested interviews many times, but the hospital refused to comment. Lucia stared blankly at the report on the television. How did they figure out about the hospital? Who leaked the news about Dalen entering the hospital? Cole saw the news and could not believe it. Lucia, what's going on? Is this true? This is just entertainment gossip, right? Lucia didn't say anything as she turned around and left. Seeing this, Cole chased after her. Lucia, are you hiding something from me? Cole asked. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Lucia nodded. Dalen is in the hospital. He just finished a surgery and is still unconscious. But it's okay. The doctor said he will wake up. It's just that it's a bit slow. No wonder. I knew that something was wrong with you. I could tell that you had something on your mind. So it turns out that my feeling was correct. What happened? How could Dalen be unconscious in the hospital? Well, Dalen found me, and we were together. However, while driving on a mountain road, we were attacked by someone and the car fell off the cliff. As for me, when the car fell, Dalen threw me out the door. Lucia's heart was racing, and her eyes were burning when she thought back to it. What? Cole was extremely shocked. Spencer is also unconscious. His injuries are worse than Dalen's. How could this be? Although Cole didn't like Spencer, he was still concerned. Cole, I'm very regretful right now. If I hadn't gone out traveling alone, Dalen wouldn't have come to find me and none of this would have happened. Tears welled up in Lucia's eyes as she sobbed. Cole stepped forward and hugged her. This is not your fault. You didn't know that such a thing would happen. The ones who attacked you are the ones who were wrong. And you said it yourself. Dalen will be fine when he wakes up. I don't think that he will blame you. You must not blame yourself, okay? What could Lucia do now? She knew that both regret and remorse were useless. She only wished that Dalen would wake up soon so she could feel at ease. However, she did want to know who leaked the news about Dalen being hospitalized. Pushing Cole, who was holding her away, Lucia said, I just came back yesterday. Dalen was only hospitalized for 2 days and 1 night. How did the media find out? I think it's strange. Exactly. Someone would have had to tell them, and not very many people know about it. The news just said she tried to interview people. Did she go to the hospital? I have to go to the hospital. I can't let those people disturb Dalen. Lucia turned and ran. Wait for me. I'll go with you. When they arrived at the hospital, Lucia and Cole walked around the public areas, but did not find anyone suspicious. There's no reporters? Lucia asked. Whether or not there is one, everyone in the city knows about Dalen being hospitalized now, Cole said. Lucia's anger rushed to her head. Don't let me know who leaked this information, or else I won't ever forgive them. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Do you think that the person who attacked Dalen is the same person who leaked the news? Why do you think that? Cole was puzzled. We didn't offend anyone in the town we were staying in, so it must have been a crew from the city sent to attack us. So I was thinking, could this person be Dalen's Uncle Robert? Cole looked shocked. Huh? So you think that's impossible? Robert has hurt Dalen in the past, Lucia said. Well, Robert would definitely know where you two were. Maybe he even knew the route, which would make it easier to attack. If that's the case, and Dalen didn't die, is he still in danger? Cole's neck tingled with worry. No. I have to think of a way. I can't let Dalen be harmed by anyone. Lucia was so anxious that she pulled at her hair. Why did I only think of this now? I'm so stupid. Don't be in such a hurry. It's not too late to figure this out, Cole said, trying to comfort her. How? Look for Axel? No, Axel definitely wouldn't believe that his father would do that. Lucia's face froze for a second before a realization struck her. I'm going to look for Jeff. Yes, Jeff is Dalen's friend. If he doesn't help, who else will? Cole said. Lucia thought about how Dalen drugged Jeff and felt a burst of cold sweat on her forehead. She was sure that Jeff and Dalen were friends, but they were also ruthless. Therefore, she hoped that when she went to ask Jeff for help, she wouldn't be causing any problems. However, Lucia relaxed a bit when she thought of the help she could get from Jeff and Maddie. Lucia took out her cell phone and called Maddie. In Jeff's house, Maddie came down from upstairs in a hurry, shouting as she ran. Jeff! Jeff, who was sitting on the sofa in the lobby and watching the news, couldn't stand the noise anymore and frowned with a cold expression. Since the stairs were a distance away from the main hall and Maddie was a little anxious, she grabbed the skateboard and slid in front of Jeff. Jeff's face turned completely dark. Who let you skateboard in the house? Maddie got off the skateboard and pursed her lips. She looked innocently at Jeff with her bright eyes. Jeff's expression calmed. He looked at her and asked, What is it? It's Lucia. She called and said that she wanted to see you about something. After Maddie finished speaking, she saw Jeff looking at her without saying a word. His black eyes were cold, and Maddie had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, I told her that you would. How come you're always telling me what to do? Jeff asked sarcastically. Maddie narrowed her eyes in embarrassment. Jeff, Lucia must have an urgent matter for you. She was in such a hurry, so I couldn't bear to refuse. Jeff looked at Maddie's ugly face when she smiled, and his face darkened. He had also seen Dalen's hospitalization on the news. Was Dalen seriously in the hospital? Was he unconscious? Jeff wasn't worried at all. Jeff, just meet Lucia. She must have something to talk to you about. Please, she helped me before. I want to repay the favor, Maddie begged. Jeff looked at her coldly. Are you saying that she was the one who helped you get into my bed? Maddie stepped back cautiously and said, We just laid in bed and slept. We didn't do anything. So you think I can let bygones be bygones? Jeff really wanted to pry open her brain to see what was going on. Who taught her to drug and scheme against her enemies? Then can you just treat it as doing me a favor? Maddie pleaded. Jeff ignored her and looked ahead, but Maddie didn't give up. Jeff, I've decided that I will move in with my mom today and not bother you anymore. Now will you help me? Jeff was a bit upset after hearing that. He turned and looked at her sinisterly. You want to leave? Maddie gauged Jeff's expression and realized that his mood could easily fluctuate. Did she say something wrong? Well, I appreciate your care, but my mom lives in the city, so it's very convenient for her to visit. Jeff stared at Maddie coldly, which made Maddie feel a chill down her spine. Jeff turned his head and lazily leaned against the back of the sofa as he asked, Do you think that you can just come and go whenever you want to? Maddie rolled her eyes. Jeff, I didn't come here just because I wanted to. I spent a lot of effort. Her words died under Jeff's cold gaze. Without my permission, you can't move out, Jeff said finally. Maddie could not believe it. Jeff, why are you so rough? Jeff sneered. I can be more brutal. Maddie shrank back. She didn't understand. Wasn't it better if she moved out? Didn't he wish that she would leave? Jeff stood up and walked towards Maddie. Each step carried an extremely heavy pressure. What do you want? Maddie looked at Jeff's strange expression with fear. What do you think? What? Maddie was so stunned that she forgot to step back. She looked at Jeff in shock. Of course she understood. But where was this coming from? Wasn't it strange? Of course, Maddie was shocked by his actions and could not utter a complete sentence. How about I give you this chance? No, Jeff, you misunderstood. I already said it earlier. It was just a trap for you. Nothing happened at all, and nothing will happen. I only wanted to find a sponsor for myself. Maddie was halfway through her sentence when she saw the look in Jeff's eyes. She swallowed hard. Jeff was intimidating. In other words, that was the only way you could think of to get me to help you. Jeff, I had no other way. Don't get angry. Maddie begged. She raised her head and looked at Jeff's cold and scary eyes with fear and trepidation. Jeff, please, calm down. Do you think I'm not calm now? Maddie did not dare to speak the truth. Jeff was simply too agitated. She wanted to withdraw her hand from his, but she found that she was unable to do so. Jeff looked at the struggling Maddie. At this moment, the servant entered. She stopped a distance away and said, Mr. Holmes, there's a visitor. She said her name is Lucia. Maddie took the opportunity to withdraw her hand. Is she here? I'll go take a look. Ignoring Jeff's terrifying gaze, she turned around and ran out of the hall. Lucia had been driven to Jeff's by the company's driver. Jeff lived in a remote place, so it was not easy to call a taxi, so she didn't want this driver to leave. So Lucia was standing beside the car, waiting. Lucia! Maddie waved her hand. When Lucia saw Maddie, she could not help but smile. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Maddie pulled her into a hug. Come in! Lucia couldn't help looking back. Maddie noticed her worry, so she said, Jeff is waiting for you inside. I'll take you there. All right, Lucia said hesitantly. Was Jeff really waiting for her? When she had called Maddie agreed to her question immediately, but Lucia wasn't sure how Jeff would feel about that. Actually, she was a little afraid that this was just wishful thinking between her and Maddie. It wasn't that easy to beg Jeff for help. Or could it be that, because it was Dalen, Jeff was also worried? However, when she entered the hall and saw Jeff leisurely sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette with a cold face, she felt that he wasn't worried about Dalen at all. Could it be that he didn't know Dalen's current situation? Jeff's cold gaze swept over to Maddie, who immediately said, "You two chat. I'm going to go study." Then she ran upstairs. Lucia walked up and asked directly, "Do you know about Dalen?" "The news has already been released. Of course I know." "And you're this calm?" Lucia could not believe it. Jeff rolled his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Aren't you two friends? Aren't friends supposed to help each other?" Lucia asked in a panic. "So, you're here for help?" Jeff asked, despite knowing the answer. "What's wrong with that? Dalen still hasn't woken up in the hospital, and I'm afraid someone is going to hurt him. The person who attacked us before, I suspect, was Dalen's uncle Robert. If Dalen is unconscious, it's not impossible for him to make a move against him," Lucia explained, hoping to get Jeff's attention. However, Jeff's expression did not change. He simply said, "Don't worry, he won't die." "Of course he won't die. I'm just afraid that Robert will make a move on him," Lucia countered. "Since he won't die, what's the use of attacking?" Lucia suppressed her anger. If not for her pleading, she would slap him. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance of that happening, she wanted to stop it. She didn't have any evidence to accuse Robert, but she wouldn't let off such a suspicious person. Jeff looked at her expression and kindly said, "It's not like I won't help." Lucia's heart was ignited with hope. "Really?" "But I have one condition." "What? Whatever I can do, I will do my best." Lucia only wanted to protect Dalen now, so she didn't care about anything else. "Stay with me." Jeff spat out the words as he held a cigarette in his mouth. It took a few seconds for Lucia's expression to freeze before she regained her ability to move slightly. "Are you joking with me? At a time like this, that's what you're asking for?" Lucia's face flamed red. "What? Didn't you just agree to anything?" Jeff asked lightly. His cold black eyes focused directly at her. Lucia closed her eyes and tried to calm herself down. She opened her eyes again and looked at Jeff calmly, not moving at all. Jeff smiled coldly. "I would like to know how far you are willing to go for Dalen. Or did you think it through?" Lucia looked at him coldly and said, "You better give up. I would never do that." "What? You don't want to save Dalen anymore?" Jeff taunted. "If I use this method to save him, Dalen would not want me to do this either. If I did that, we might as well let him die." Lucia suppressed the pain in her heart and refused to give in. "If you don't want to help, fine. I'll think of something else." With that, Lucia turned and left. Jeff looked at the person who left without looking back and smiled coldly. While Jeff was distracted, he didn't notice the person beside him. A glass of water splashed his face. Jeff's well-built body shuddered as he froze in place. Water splashed onto his face and dripped onto his shirt. Jeff's face seemed to have come from hell itself. He slowly raised his head, looking extremely terrifying. "Do you want to die?" he growled. Maddie, who was holding an empty glass, was a few meters away. She said fearfully and defensively, "Jeff, you're too rude. I can't believe that you actually treated Lucia like that. No matter how much you like her, you can't take advantage of her when her husband is in the hospital." Jeff was bursting with anger. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous towards him. Maddie continued speaking. Jeff, you were so rude. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to go back to my mom's place. Jeff raised his hand and pointed at the door. Fine, try to leave. Maddie looked at the door and didn't dare to try. Did you hear what I said? Jeff roared. Maddie trembled in fright and didn't say anything. Go back to your room. Without my permission, you are not allowed to take even half a step outside your room, Jeff ordered angrily. Maddie put the cup aside, lowered her head, and ran upstairs. Jeff pulled on the collar of his shirt irritably. His face became even angrier. When Lucia returned to the entrance of the hospital, she was utterly disheartened. Cole, who was waiting there, asked, How did it go? Has Robert been here? Lucia asked. No sign of him, but I saw Dalen's mother enter, Cole said. Is Dalen okay? I'm not worried about him during the day. I'm afraid of the night. In the dead of night, everyone else's vigilance will definitely drop. What if someone takes the opportunity to hurt him? Lucia was afraid of the scenes her imagination conjured. But we can't enter to help, Cole lamented. Follow me, Lucia said. What for? Lucia ran around to the side of the hospital and looked through the windows, saying, Come on and help me find out which one is Dalen's. Seriously? Cole asked. As soon as I get to his room, Linda's men will drag me away, but Linda's bodyguards don't know you, Lucia explained. All right then. If I get thrown out, you have to catch me with both hands. Don't worry, I will. After Cole entered the hospital, he started to look for Dalen's ward. Actually, it wasn't that hard to find. Lucia had said that the place with all the bodyguards would be where Dalen was staying. After confirming the room number, Cole went downstairs and rejoined Lucia. Standing downstairs, it was easy to find the window. Cole pointed at it and said, That one. A private ward? Lucia asked. Cole looked at Lucia and asked with uncertainty, Lucia, it can't be that you want to sneak in through the window? He wasn't sure, but Cole knew that Lucia could sometimes do stupid things. Lucia raised her head to look at the tall building before withdrawing her gaze. She patted Cole's shoulder and said, It's all up to you. Cole had a bad feeling about this. In the dead of night, Lucia and Cole sneakily made their way to the big building. This is the place, Lucia said. She turned to Cole and said, Give me a hand. Cole resigned himself to his fate and crouched down, waiting for Lucia to step on his shoulders. This scene was too familiar. Lucia, I must have owed you something from my previous life, Cole said. Then let's call it even, Lucia responded. Cole was actually at a loss for words. I'm going to step on you now. Stay steady, Lucia reminded him. Don't worry, I have experience. After he finished speaking, Cole wished he could slap his own mouth until it turned dumb. Cole's body immediately tensed up. The last time I helped you, it was because you wanted to marry Axel. Now you want to sneak in on Dalen? What kind of life do you have? I know. If I succeed in one attempt, I won't go through with the plan. Lucia grabbed onto the windowsill, her face red from exertion. It's done, she said with a sigh. Cole stood up and rubbed his shoulders. He looked at the window of Dalen's ward and saw that Lucia was still dangling by her fingertips. He could not help but ask worriedly, Can you really do it like this? This is much more difficult than the first time we did this. It's too dangerous. You should come down. It's okay. I have a lot of confidence in myself. Lucia grunted with exertion. Cole knew that she was just too worried about Dalen. She didn't even think about her own safety. And indeed, that was what Lucia thought in her heart. What if Robert came and attacked Dalen? What if she didn't get there in time? Dalen became like this because of her. She would never let things get worse. With a resolute heart, Lucia kept tightening every muscle in her body to scale the wall. However, Lucia was not the only one who was nervous. Cole was also watching Lucia's every move with his neck craned up. He did not know whether he should allow Lucia to do such a risky thing. However, he also knew that Lucia would not listen to him at all. Cole knew that he couldn't persuade her away from her goal. Now all he had to do was keep Lucia safe as she climbed to the window and entered the room. Lucia was halfway up, her hands aching to the point of breaking. She found a place to rest her feet and took a break on the external air conditioner. Sweat broke out on her forehead. After resting for a moment, she wiped off the sweat and continued climbing upwards. A hard worker pays a heavy price. Lucia finally reached Dalen's floor, panting against the window. However, before she could catch her breath, she saw someone moving in the room. Judging from the shadow, the tall figure was definitely not Linda. Who was it? Who's here? Lucia was shocked. It can't be Robert, right? Lucia was on her hands and knees as she tried to open the window. The curtain was lifted and Jeff's face looked out at her. Jeff opened the window and said, "You really are something." Lucia looked at Jeff in astonishment. Her posture remained the same as it was before, but it was still a bit comical. Why was Jeff here? Lucia asked directly, "Why are you here? Didn't you say that you wouldn't help?" Jeff didn't say anything and closed the window. Lucia was thinking that Jeff would open the balcony door to help her inside, but he didn't. Lucia silently cursed and climbed over the railing, almost exhausting her strength. She went to the door and pulled the handle, but it was locked. Lucia knocked on the door. "Jeff, can you help me open the door?" There was no movement. At this time, she could not help but lower her head. "I beg you, can you open the door? I just want to watch over Dalen. Is that okay? Jeff? I've never seen such a loyal friend like you, Jeff." Swish. The door opened in front of her, and Jeff looked at her coldly. Lucia forced a laugh and said, "Thank you." Then she tried to squeeze through the door. However, Jeff's tall body blocked the way. Lucia looked at him and asked in puzzlement, "What?" "I can't let you in," Jeff said. "Don't be like this, okay? It wasn't easy for me to climb up here, and now you won't even let me take a look? Seriously?" "Have you thought about my offer?" Jeff said rudely. Lucia looked at Jeff's emotionless expression and said, "Fine, I'll just go down again." "Take care." Jeff turned around and prepared to slam the door. Lucia tugged at Jeff's shirt's hem, and her unyielding face became fawning. "You don't have to do this to me, do you?" Jeff's gaze fell onto her fair hands that held his clothes, and Lucia tactfully retracted her hand. "Do you think I'm being inhumane?" Jeff asked. Of course she did, but Lucia did not dare to speak the truth. She opened her eyes wide and lied. "How could that be? If you were really inhumane, would I come to you? This means that you are a good person in my eyes." She was so close to Dalen, and now Jeff blocked, causing her to be unable to see even a corner of Dalen's clothes. She was so anxious that she would say anything. But Jeff could see through her little trick. With a cold snort, he turned around and entered the room. However, the door was not closed. Lucia understood what he meant and followed him without a word. She closed the door behind her, and Lucia's footsteps abruptly stopped. Dalen, who she had been separated from for too long, was quietly lying on the bed. The contours of his face were so familiar. His thin lips were pursed, slightly pale. Beside him was the medical equipment, cold, but the constantly pulsing data on it also made her feel at ease. Lucia's eyes burned as tears fell again. She walked over to the bed, and her tears fell on the back of Dalen's hand. Lucia lowered her head and wiped away the teardrops. Dalen's hands were a little cold, so Lucia held on to them with both of her hands, wanting to warm them up. "Dalen, You've already slept for 2 days after coming out of the operation room. Isn't it time to wake up? Lucia sobbed quietly. She didn't dare to speak loudly. She knew that there were definitely bodyguards outside the room. If she was found, she definitely wouldn't be able to climb through the window again. The bodyguard who was stationed inside the room was one of Dalen's bodyguards, so he pretended not to see Lucia come in. Lucia saw a glass of water on the bedside table and knew it was for Dalen. There were also cotton swabs on the side. Lucia dipped the cotton swab in the water, gently moistening Dalen's lips. Jeff, who was lazily leaning against the wall, looked at her blandly and didn't say a word. After putting down the glass of water, Lucia walked in front of Jeff and asked, "Can I stay here tonight?" "Did you come here to guard against Robert?" Jeff looked at her coldly. "Yes, I can only rely on myself." When Lucia said that, she shot a look at Jeff. "There's no need," Jeff said. "Why not?" "There's a monitor here, an alarm. Robert wouldn't have a chance to attack even if he wanted to." "What? An alarm? Where?" Lucia anxiously looked for the alarm. "He's sitting right there. That's why I didn't come to catch you," Jeff told her, motioning to the bodyguard. Lucia felt that more reliable monitors and alarms were necessary. The guard's reaction might be too slow. Then Lucia thought of something and asked, "What if someone came in disguised as a doctor or nurse with a face mask, and the bodyguard didn't know whether it was a good person or a doctor or a nurse?" Jeff rolled his eyes. "You watch too much TV." "It could happen." Lucia did not like Jeff's sarcasm. "That only happens on TV, Lucia," Jeff repeated. Lucia was not convinced. "There's always a chance." Because she felt more nervous than the others, she felt that everyone else was too calm. "No one is allowed to wear a mask," she ordered. Lucia turned around and looked at Dalen. "Can I really not stay here?" She really wanted to stay here, but she knew that she couldn't. Linda would be here early tomorrow morning, and during the day she didn't need to worry. So staying here would only make Dalen worse, right? "You should leave now," Jeff urged her. "You go first. I'll stay for a while." Lucia sat on a stool beside the bed. She supported her face in her hands and stared at the sleeping Dalen. Anyway, she went through the window. It didn't matter if she left later. "Come with me," Jeff ordered. Why? Lucia did not understand why Jeff wanted her to come with him. "Are you going to go through the window with me?" "Do you seriously think that I need to sneak out through the window?" Jeff's expression was cold. "But if I go with you, then I'll be seen by the bodyguards," Lucia argued. "You're already here anyways. Let's go," Jeff urged. Lucia was still sitting there, reluctant to part with Dalen. "You want me to drag you?" Jeff threatened. Lucia looked at Dalen and stood up unwillingly. Dalen couldn't help her now. When she got up, Lucia stuffed something under Dalen's pillow. Jeff noticed, but pretended he didn't see. Lucia had placed her crystal wolfhound pendant under his pillow, as if she was accompanying Dalen. They opened the door to the room, and the bodyguards respectfully lowered their heads. However, when they saw Lucia, who followed Jeff out, they were stunned, especially Linda's 2 bodyguards. Lucia was too when she saw Axel outside. Then she stopped in front of Linda's bodyguards and said, "Look, someone got into Dalen's room and none of you knew. What if I was a bad guy? You have to do your job, okay?" They were speechless, but Lucia ignored their confusion and followed Jeff. They knew that she had snuck in under their noses. Lucia followed Jeff and walked away. "You're smart," Jeff said coldly. "What do you mean?" "They won't even have the courage to report you to Linda, since it would prove they weren't doing their job well. You've learned a lot from Dalen." "Do I need to learn from him? I was born smart," Lucia said. Jeff snorted. Lucia didn't want to argue with him and changed the topic. "Should I ask the doctor when Dalen will wake up? It's taking so long." "I already asked the doctor," Jeff said. What did the doctor say? He should wake up at any moment. Really? Lucia felt like she couldn't wait one more second. You can ask the doctor yourself if you don't believe me. Jeff's tone was cold. They left the hospital and Jeff got in a car. Lucia watched as the car drove away without a care in the world. She was so happy she got to see Dalen. All that was left was for Dalen to wake up. Lucia went around to the side of the hospital to look for Cole. From afar, she saw Cole waiting, looking up at the sky. Lucia walked over and called out to him. Cole! Cole was stunned. Where did you come from? I came out through the main entrance. What happened? When I climbed up, Jeff was there, but he's gone now, Lucia said. I thought you were going to wait here all night. I was waiting for you to send me a message, Cole said. No need. Why not? Cole was puzzled. Lucia calmed down and analyzed. Dalen's room is equipped with surveillance cameras and alarms. They are even stricter than I imagined, to the point that doctors wearing face masks cannot enter. Jeff also felt that Dalen should be perfectly safe. I think if Robert really wanted to do something, he couldn't now. So you don't have to stay here all night. Cole heaved a sigh of relief. Lucia raised her head and looked at the window. She saw a person on the balcony sticking his head out. Although he was far away, Lucia still knew that it was Axel. Her phone rang. Lucia was stunned. She took out her phone and saw that it was Axel. Lucia answered, Hello? You climbed all the way up here? Axel asked. Lucia knew what he meant, so she admitted, I couldn't enter the main entrance. Is it that important? Now you're ignoring your own safety? Do you know the consequences of falling from this height? It was rare for Axel to say such harsh words to Lucia. It stunned Lucia for a moment. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see him. Did I scare you? If you want to see him that bad, you should have told me before doing such a dangerous thing. Please just never do that again. Lucia raised her head, but she couldn't make out the expression on Axel's face. She knew it wouldn't be good. Before she could respond, Axel said, Go back and rest early. Then he hung up and went back into the room. Lucia's heart was troubled. Axel is guarding here? Cole asked. Yes. He's such a loyal guy, Cole said. Yeah, after Dalen was operated on, he was there all night, Lucia agreed. In her heart, Axel was always that kind of gentle and considerate man. Let's go back then. We don't need to stay here, Cole said, taking Lucia's arm. The two of them left the hospital, and after getting in the car, Lucia instructed the driver to go to Cole's residence. When they arrived, Lucia followed him out of the car. Why did you get out of the car? Cole was stunned. I want to stay with you, Lucia explained. The mansion is much more comfortable, Cole said snappily. Lucia looked at the moon hanging in the night sky and said, When Dalen's not in the mansion, I don't want to stay. Like I've lost something very important. When Cole heard this, he felt sympathy and said, Fine, let's go in. It's too cold outside. Lucia fell asleep immediately after settling down on the sofa. The night was very quiet. That night, Lucia dreamt of Dalen and that he had woken up. She heard Dalen ask, Lucia, do you miss me? Lucia said, Yes. Previously, when Dalen asked her that question, she would never give him an answer. After she replied, she woke up. When she opened her eyes, the room was pitch black. Why did she wake up? It was such a good dream. Why couldn't she stay in it for a while? If Lucia wanted to sleep again, it would be a little difficult. At dawn, she finally fell asleep again, but did not dream anymore. When Robert woke up that morning, he was called by one of the company's senior executives. Is Mr. Patrick really unconscious? Will he still be able to lead the company? We are all very worried and would like to visit. There's no need to visit, Robert said. As for whether he will wake up, I'm not sure. However, don't be scared. Between Axel and I, everything at the company will be fine. It's the same as when Dalen is here." By saying this, Robert Lee indirectly admitted Dalen's current situation. Of course, that senior executive was not stupid. He understood the meaning behind Robert's words. If Dalen couldn't survive and didn't have an heir, then the business would fall to Robert's side of the family. Seeing that Robert had hung up the phone, Catherine asked, "Was it the executives again? I have a bad feeling about how they're all acting. Do you think they're ready to abandon Dalen?" Robert shrugged. "It's easy to get people to change sides, and as long as Dalen does not wake up, it will happen sooner or later." "But will Dalen still wake up?" Catherine asked. "It seems like the side effects the doctor mentioned might be debilitating." Robert was in a very good mood. "He might spend his life in bed." "It's fortunate that Lucia's child wasn't born. Otherwise, the company would have gone to him." "We have to thank Linda for her tactics." After Robert finished speaking, he left complacently. At that moment, Linda was sitting beside Dalen's sickbed, wishing she could help him to open his eyes. Seated at the side, Victoria's eyes were also red, but she still went to comfort Linda. "Linda, don't worry. It's been days and he still hasn't woken up. Every time I ask a doctor, they can't explain it. If Dalen doesn't wake up now, who knows what will happen?" Linda said harshly. She was the type of person who was good at wielding power. When she spoke, people would listen. She was not just an old woman without any special abilities. The door to the room was pushed open, and Linda's bodyguard said, "Madam, Mark Leland is here to visit you." "Mark?" Linda asked, only vaguely recognizing the name. Victoria's expression immediately changed and she quickly said, "Linda, Mark used to be part of Dalen's business, but he was moved over to be with Lucia's company." Linda's complexion immediately turned awful when she heard Lucia's name. She said, "Tell him that he can come back after Dalen wakes up. Dalen doesn't need anyone to visit him now." The bodyguard nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Outside, Mark was still waiting. The bodyguard replied, "The madam said that Mr. Patrick is still not awake. You can come back after he is awake." Without a word, Mark turned and left and called Lucia on the phone. Lucia was eating breakfast with Cole when she saw the call. She was momentarily stunned before she answered, "Director Leland? I just went to the hospital to visit Dalen, but I wasn't allowed to see him." "Where are you now?" Mark asked. "I'm at Cole's house. Do you want to come over?" Lucia asked, expecting Mark to refuse, but he didn't. Instead, he said, "Then I'll come over now." With that, he hung up and drove to Cole's house. Lucia looked at her phone in a daze. "What's wrong?" Cole asked. "Oh, Mark is coming over. I wonder if he had breakfast yet." A while later, Mark entered the apartment, and Lucia asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Mark looked at the table and said, "Sure, I like pancakes." Cole brought over a plate and fork for him and said, "Here you go, Mark." Lucia and Cole had finished eating, so they waited for Mark to finish eating. After Mark finished, he stood up, took a napkin, wiped his mouth, and sat on the sofa. He asked Lucia, "What's the situation?" Lucia knew what he was talking about, so she said, "Dalen and I were on a trip and were attacked on the way. The car fell off the cliff and I was fine. Dalen's head got injured." Mark looked at Lucia in confusion. Cole explained, "When the car was heading off the cliff, Dalen pushed her out before it fell." Mark nodded in understanding. "Go on." "Dalen has not woken up since the surgery. The doctor said that he would wake up at any time, and we have no choice but to wait," Lucia said with a slightly pale face. Mark was silent. "Mark, I suspect that it was Robert who did it. He has hurt Dalen before. He has a motive. He wants to take over the company." The more Lucia spoke, the angrier she got. "I just need to find evidence. Then we can take him down." Mark said, "Of course we have to investigate, but not now." "Why?" Cole asked. When Mark said this, Lucia and Cole were stunned for a moment before they understood what he meant. With Robert's impulsive manners, if he was forced into a corner, he would definitely attack Dalen without thinking everything through. Mark kept explaining his thoughts to Lucia and Cole. Dalen still hasn't woken up yet, so Robert must be in a good mood, and he still hopes that Dalen will never wake up. When Dalen wakes up, we can investigate. So, you see, this matter is not urgent. As long as Dalen is here, Robert will not be able to escape, Mark said with certainty. Lucia and Cole knew that he was right when they thought about it. I should have come looking for you earlier, Lucia said. Mark didn't know if this was fortunate or unfortunate. Well, I can't enter the room either, so we're both pretty useless. How do you know I can't go in the room? Lucia was surprised. You wouldn't be sitting here so calmly if you could get in. You would stay in the hospital and guard Dalen. Lucia was speechless. Cole felt that the thoughts of a lawyer were terrifyingly meticulous. Then do you have any way of helping her in? Cole asked. No, just wait it out, Mark said. Lucia already knew that she had to wait. She said, with Dalen's mom around, I have nothing to worry about. I am a bit worried about Robert, though. I don't think he is a good guy. His goal is too obvious. He just wanted Dalen to die, and then he could have the business. He did. Taking a step back, even if Dalen were to continue sleeping like this, the company would not fall to Robert. Mark sneered. What do you mean? Cole did not understand and whispered, but Dalen does not have an heir. Who says he doesn't have an heir? Lucia also looked at Mark doubtfully. Don't tell me Dalen has an illegitimate child. If there is one, I'll go to the hospital and settle the score with him right now. Mark smiled mysteriously and said, Of course not. Did you come to scare me? Lucia glared angrily at Mark. She was in a fragile state of mind, and this was too much excitement. You don't have to worry about this anyway. With me here, nothing will happen to Dalen, and Robert will not inherit the company, Mark said. He definitely won't, because Dalen will wake up. If he doesn't wake up, I'll smash a brick down on him. Anger could be seen on Lucia's face, but her eyes were burning with passion. Yes, he will wake up. Cole nodded vigorously. That afternoon, the hospital was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that it seemed as if something was about to break out, causing the tranquil air to constantly surge. Seated on the sofa beside the bed, Linda, who was playing with her beads, felt something was different and looked at the bed. Dalen, who was on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at the ceiling as if he had just woken up and was lost. Dalen, you're awake? You're finally awake! Linda stood up and rushed over, crying out in excitement. I'm calling for a doctor! I'm calling for a doctor right now! Linda was so excited that she forgot to press the summon bell. She opened the door and shouted to the bodyguard, Quickly, call the doctor! Dalen is awake! The bodyguards were all stunned. One of Dalen's men turned around and ran to find a doctor. Soon, many doctors and nurses were coming to perform all sorts of inspections. Linda wanted to know how the situation was, but she didn't want to disturb the doctor, so she waited anxiously. After the doctor finished his examination, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, There are no side effects. Please rest assured, madame. This is great. This is great. Dalen, you're fine. You're fine. You scared me so bad. Linda cried tears of joy. Dalen closed his eyes and felt tired. What time is it? After all, he had been lying there for so long, and his body had yet to fully recover. You've slept for 5 days now. If you didn't wake up, I was about to collapse, Linda said. I'm fine now. Don't worry. Dalen turned his face to the side slightly. The sunlight outside the window was just right. However, he felt that his head was empty. It was like a painting. filled with invisible scenery. When the news of Dalen's awakening got to the mansion, the oppressive atmosphere in the mansion finally dispersed. Naturally, Robert soon found out, and he was so angry that he smashed the computer in the office. Didn't the doctor say Dalen wouldn't wake up? Robert naturally asked the doctor secretly when Dalen was unconscious, and the doctor said the chances of Dalen waking up were 0. This is 0? Robert wondered if he had been tricked by the doctor. Dalen was sinister and cunning. Even though he was unconscious, the people around him were still loyal to him. This feeling of having achieved his goal and then seeing it crumble all of a sudden made Robert grit his teeth in anger. Axel walked into the office with a knock on the door, and the document in his hand needed Robert's signature. Looking at the broken computer, Axel was taken aback. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You should know that Dalen has woken up, right?" Robert asked. "I know." "How can you be so calm, then? The power that we might have had is gone just like that." Robert was so angry that he didn't know what to do. Axel didn't respond, but looked at the mess on the ground and said, "Look at you. Dalen has already woken up. Are you not afraid of him suspecting that you were behind the attack?" Robert didn't respond. "I'll come back later for the documents." After Axel finished, he walked out. Robert calmed down, but he was too impatient. Why was he always unable to achieve his goals? Why was he constantly being suppressed by his nephew? When Lucia returned to the mansion during the day, she was dispirited. But when John saw her, he immediately ran over. "Young madame, there is great news. Mr. Patrick is finally awake." "What did you say?" Lucia could not believe it. "Who told you that?" "The bodyguard in the hospital called. It was in the afternoon. Mistress?" John hadn't finished speaking, but Lucia had already run away like a gust of wind. There was a smile on her face as she ran. Dalen was finally awake. But if he was awake, why didn't he call me? Lucia complained in her heart, but her happiness overshadowed everything else. "Young madame, why are you running? Go by car!" John yelled after her. "Oh, right!" Lucia ran back and got into the mansion's car, urging the driver. "Go to the hospital. I'm going to see Dalen." "Yes, young madam," the driver said hastily. After the car left, John was shocked. He turned around and saw Edward walking over and said, "Edward, does this mean that Lucia cares about Mr. Patrick? Look at how anxious she is for him." "There's nothing to be surprised about. They are husband and wife," Edward said with a mature expression. John looked at Edward's face and asked curiously, "Edward, why haven't you gotten married?" Edward looked at him. "What does it have to do with you?" When the car reached the hospital, Lucia burst out of the door. However, as soon as she entered the hospital, she was stopped. Lucia looked and saw that it was Linda's bodyguard again. "Why did you stop me again? Dalen is awake, so he definitely wants to see me," Lucia said, anxious to rush over. However, the bodyguard held her back and did not let her in. "I'm sorry. Mr. Patrick may have woken up, but he did not ask to see anyone." "Impossible," Lucia said. How could Dalen not want to see her? It was obviously the bodyguard who was speaking nonsense, and the message must have been from Linda. No matter how she struggled, the bodyguards would not let her in. Lucia was so angry that she wanted to throw a tantrum. But this was a hospital, so what could she do? Lucia suddenly had an idea. Since Dalen was awake, she could call him. Lucia immediately called him, but his phone was turned off. In the room, Dalen leaned against the back of the bed while the nurse fed him. Dalen's expression was indifferent, but the nurse's face was red and her heart was beating wildly. This was because she was in close contact with the most powerful man in the city. Even if he was hospitalized and in bed, he was still very handsome. Dalen frowned and turned his face away. The nurse knew it was a sign of him not wanting to eat, so she quickly went back to her seat. Is your head not feeling well? Linda hurriedly asked when she saw Dalen frown. I ate too much. Linda immediately understood what he meant and looked at the nurse with a stern expression. You're fired. The nurse was so frightened that her hands trembled as she held the bowl. Get out. Linda would never pity such a person. The nurse went out with tears in her eyes. Just rest and go to sleep, Linda said. Yes, Mother. Dalen leaned his head against the soft pillow and closed his eyes. Linda felt that ever since Dalen woke up, he had become more somber. He took the initiative to say very little, and he hadn't mentioned Lucia when he woke up. Dalen hadn't asked for Lucia since he fainted, and he didn't even ask Linda about the matter of her drugging Lucia. Linda had thought that Dalen knew about this, but perhaps her feelings could be wrong. Did Dalen know? Maybe he just forgave Lucia for taking the child away? Was it that simple? Dalen, do you have anything to say to me? Linda asked probingly. Dalen's eyes opened. His natural sharpness didn't diminish as he looked at Linda. Linda couldn't take it anymore. I have nothing to say. Go back home and rest, Dalen said. I will wait for a moment before I leave. I've been here all the time you were unconscious, Linda said. Dalen did not say anything, and Axel came over. You're awake? I was busy at the company and was only able to come over just now. How do you feel? Dalen turned around and looked at Axel with his sharp eyes. His gaze made Axel a bit hesitant. Linda said, When you were unconscious, both Axel and Robert ran things at the company. You don't have to worry about the business. Just take good care of your body. We'll talk about it after you leave the hospital. Thank you. I know that it must have been hard on you, Dalen said. It's okay. You are the head of the company. Now that you're awake, everything's fine, Axel said. After Linda left, Axel asked, Dalen, how long do you want to rest? Dalen looked at the briefcase in Axel's hand and asked, You still have work to do? I'm used to it. Sometimes I like to take my work back with me. I'll tell you when I want to sleep. After Dalen said that, he closed his eyes and ignored Axel. However, the moment Axel opened his briefcase and threw himself into those documents, Dalen's eyes opened wide and he looked over. In the dining room, Lucia looked at Mark and Cole as they ate calmly. Lucia's mood was the complete opposite of theirs. Tell me, why hasn't Dalen called me? Or did he not recover well enough to even have the strength to make a phone call? Or does he not want to see me at all? Lucia asked. Mark saw her eagerness and said, Eat first. I'll go take a look after you're done. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to enter either, Lucia worried. I think you're right, Mark sighed. Lucia stared at him. Then why did you say you wanted to go and take a look? You asked me to. I have to give it a try. Lucia was so angry that she pulled her hair. Cole rubbed her back. Lucia, just eat first. Don't let Dalen see that you're skinnier. He might not be able to recognize you, Cole joked. Lucia curled her lips and picked up her fork to eat. Cole knew that Lucia would only listen to reason when Dalen was mentioned. After they finished eating, the three of them went to the hospital in Mark's car. Mark went in, and as soon as he entered, he saw Linda sitting in the lounge. Mark focused his gaze and walked over. Madam, shall I call you Lawyer Leland or Vice Director Leland? Linda asked. Mark was neither humble nor arrogant. No matter which one, it was all given to me by Mr. Patrick, and not decided by me. Linda nodded approvingly. It's good that you know this. So, did you come here for my son or for Lucia? Don't tell me you're not selfish. Even though I'm old, it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Don't tell me you've been bewitched by Lucia as well. Madam, your words are serious. I would never dare to say the word bewitched, Mark said. Linda sneered. It doesn't matter if you're lying or not. Just wait for Dalen to recover. Don't bother him at this time. Then, madam, may I ask, how is Mr. Patrick now? I heard he woke up and came right over, Mark said. He's recovered very well. Don't worry, he'll be able to leave the hospital in a little while, Linda responded. Mark walked out of the hospital, and Lucia, who was waiting outside, was stunned. Why did you come out so quickly? Did you see Dalen? How is he now? Just as Lucia finished, she saw Linda guarding the door. Lucia's expression changed. She wanted to call out to Linda, but when she remembered the slap Linda gave her, she couldn't cry out. Lucia knew how much Linda disliked her. However, just as Linda was about to get in her car, Lucia chased after her. Mom, is Dalen awake? Can I see him? I'll leave the hospital once I see him. How about it? Lucia asked in a pleading tone. Cole, who was standing not too far away, felt embarrassed listening to her. Since when did Lucia lower herself to others? However, Linda remained indifferent. Looking at Lucia coldly, Linda said, See him? Haven't you harmed him enough? I warn you to stay far away from Dalen if you're really that nervous for his safety. Mom, let me see Dalen. He is awake. Why won't you let me see him? I tried calling, but Dalen's phone is off. I just need to talk to him, Lucia said anxiously. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see your face either. Linda was enraged. The bodyguard at her side immediately pulled Lucia far away. Lucia could only watch as Linda's car drove away. Cole walked forward. Lucia, why don't we wait for Dalen to call you? He just woke up, so he might need to rest a bit longer. Mark added, Linda said that Mr. Patrick is recovering very well. He will be discharged after a while, so you don't have to worry. Lucia knew she was being too impatient, but who could understand her feelings? Or was it as Mark had said? Dalen was still recovering and lacked the energy. As long as Dalen recovered, there shouldn't be any big problems. There was nothing Lucia could do about it, and she tried to calm herself down. She got in the car and went back to the mansion. When she arrived, she looked at the front door without moving. John walked out and said, Young madame, come on in. It's cold outside. Lucia turned around and said to John, feeling wronged, They still won't let me see Dalen. It can't be. Mr. Patrick is awake, so shouldn't the one who he wants to see the most be his wife? It must be because his body hasn't recovered yet, and he's afraid that the young madame would feel uncomfortable seeing him. So he wants to wait for his body to recover first, John said. Lucia also felt that it was a possibility. Otherwise, why wasn't Dalen looking for her? Lucia was also worried about Spencer's health. Spencer still hadn't woken up. She hadn't been in the mood to care about Spencer recently, and she didn't even know if Spencer had any relatives looking out for him. Just thinking about leaving him alone in the hospital made her heart ache. Therefore, Lucia, who had returned to her room, called Cole. Go see Spencer tomorrow. What? Me? Cole was surprised. That's right. I can't get into the hospital, so I'll have to let you go, Lucia said matter-of-factly. Cole, who was still sitting in Mark's car, looked at Mark, who was sitting beside him, and said, How about I find someone to replace me? Mark? Lucia asked. Is that okay? Nonsense. Don't you know that Spencer likes you? Of course he wants you to see him. Hey, don't make stuff up. How would you know if he likes me? Cole's face blushed red. Fine, even if he doesn't like you, remember when he stood guard for you for the whole night? Don't you think we should go see him when he's unconscious in the hospital? Lucia asked. Cole was left speechless, but he was also filled with resentment. Enough, stop talking. I'll go. Cole surrendered. That's more like it. Think about it. When Spencer wakes up, he will know that it was you who went to the hospital to see him. Then he'll definitely be happy when he knows about it. He might even like you for real. Stop. If you keep talking, I won't go, Cole yelled. All right. I won't say any more. You will go and take a look tomorrow. Don't forget. The next day, Cole resigned himself to his fate and went to the hospital. Should he buy something? Cole muttered to himself, "Why would you buy something? In any case, he is unconscious, so he wouldn't be able to appreciate it even if I bought something, right? However, if I don't buy something, won't others say that I'm too stingy? Forget it. I'll buy something small." Cole carried a bowl of fruit to the ward Spencer was in at the hospital. The nurse was watching, and Spencer laid unconscious on the bed. He had an IV in his arm. Cole put his things down and walked over to the bed. "How long does he have to sleep like this?" he asked the nurse. "It's hard to say. He's hurt quite badly," the nurse said. Cole looked at Spencer and thought, "Why can't I sleep this well? You better wake up quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely have been forced by Lucia to come you every 2 or 3 days." "Are you his boyfriend?" the nurse asked curiously. "Huh?" Cole was stunned. It's been so many days since anyone came to visit him. If he knew, he would definitely be very happy. "I'm not his boyfriend," Cole said. "Are you his husband then?" the nurse guessed again. "Why would you think that?" Cole asked, feeling annoyed. "It seems that you have such deep feelings for him," said the nurse, smiling. Cole couldn't smile. He had already said that he wouldn't come back. Back at the mansion, Lucia called Jeff, or rather, she called Maddie. After receiving the call, Maddie's voice sounded, "Hello, Lucia." Lucia took a deep breath. "Hi, Maddie. I'm going to have to trouble you again." "It doesn't matter. Just tell me what you need, and as long as I can help, I will," Maddie told Lucia generously. "Thank you. Please tell Jeff that Dalen is awake and ask him if he can help me see Dalen and take me with him," Lucia asked. "You still can't see him?" "Yes, the bodyguard won't let me in." "Sure, I'll talk to him." "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for? I'm happy to help you." Lucia could not help but smile. After Maddie hung up the phone, she lay on the bed in a daze for a while before getting up. She walked over and looked at the closed door. Jeff had told her that she couldn't walk out of the room, even half a step. He was really ruthless. Besides, it was all because he had a grudge against Lucia. Maddie hesitated before finally opening the door. Then she stretched out one of her feet, and then the other half of her body. When her head came out, she saw Jeff, who had just come up the stairs. She met his cold eyes. Maddie was stunned and then burst into laughter and quickly retracted her foot and turned back toward the room. After withdrawing it, though, she was conflicted. She still wanted to tell him about Lucia. Forget it. She would deal with the consequences later. Thus, she turned around, but she bumped into something. "Ah!" Maddie was knocked back several steps and her nose hurt. She rubbed her nose and looked at Jeff, who looked back at her coldly. "Jeff, why didn't you say anything when you came in?" Maddie grumbled. "What would I say? This is my house," Jeff said. Not wanting to argue, she immediately said, "Jeff, Lucia's husband is awake. Do you want to go and see him?" "Lucia called you again?" Jeff's eyes were sharp. "Or perhaps are you planning to plot against me?" "No, it's just that Lucia is desperate right now, so I decided to help her." Jeff's eyes darkened. "You better mind your own business." "Me? I'm fine." "Really? Then continue to think about all the bad things you've done." Jeff was about to leave after saying that, but Maddie was so shocked that she quickly grabbed Jeff's hand. "Jeff, don't!" Jeff felt the touch of her hand. Warm, soft, small. Such a touch made Jeff's body freeze on the spot. In fact, his body felt a little hot and dry. "Jeff, what happened to you?" Maddie was completely oblivious to the reaction that he was having as she held his hand. Jeff directly retracted his hand and said harshly, You have to stay in this room till the start of school. No, Jeff, Maddie wailed. That meant she would be locked up for a few more days. Jeff, if this goes on, I'm going to get moldy, Maddie said cutely. Jeff sneered. Then wait for the mold to grow. After saying that, Jeff wanted to leave, but Maddie refused to let go of him. Her bright eyes looked at Jeff pitifully, and Jeff looked back into her eyes. They were so pure and beautiful. They were like gems of the highest quality. Jeff's pupils darkened. He turned around and walked towards Maddie. Maddie was startled. She didn't know why he suddenly approached her. It was neither rushed nor impatient, but the pressure was especially dramatic. Maddie wanted to retreat, but she wanted to see what would happen. Just as she was about to drop her hand, it was grabbed tightly by Jeff. With a tug, Maddie's body jerked towards Jeff's body. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't. Jeff. What's wrong? You don't want to be this close to me. Weren't you holding my hand tightly just now? Jeff looked at the genuine and confused reaction on Maddie's face. But, Jeff, this is too close. I'm not used to it. Before Maddie could finish her sentence, Jeff's rough fingers had wrapped around Maddie's pretty lower jaw. Jeff's stern face closed in, so close that they could feel each other's breath. It doesn't matter if you're not used to it, Jeff said with an impudent tone. Jeff, Maddie was just about to say something when he silenced her with a sharp look. Just then, a servant knocked on the door behind them. Mr. Holmes, there's a guest looking for you, the servant said uneasily. Jeff looked at Maddie, who was trapped by him, and asked, You sure know how to make your own decisions. Do you want to be the mistress here? She could not help but ask, Jeff, could a mistress even do anything here? I can't even leave the room. Maybe I should be the mistress and then I could host guests. Jeff looked at Maddie with a smile. Did she know the meaning of being a mistress? Sure, he shrugged. Really? Then I'll be the hostess, Maddie said with a smile. As a mistress here, you can instruct anyone, including the guests. But in the end, the mistress must listen to me, Jeff instructed. Maddie was confused. What was the meaning of the hostess's work? Jeff ignored her confusion and instructed the servant. Let her in. Yes. The servant went down. Jeff let Maddie leave first. When she stepped back from him, his chest tightened uncomfortably. It was as if something that belonged to him had been taken away. Jeff couldn't help but take a glance at Maddie's chest before silently withdrawing his gaze. Then he turned and was about to go downstairs. Jeff, I'm going too. Maddie thought about the last time Jeff bullied Lucia and wanted to stay nearby. Jeff didn't say anything and just let her be. If he did not let her go, she would just eavesdrop anyway. Thinking that it was Lucia, Jeff walked into the hall. But the person sitting on the sofa was not who he expected. Jeff, who is this person? It's not Lucia? Maddie asked in a low voice. Jeff didn't say anything, but his black eyes remained cold. Lydia noticed the commotion and turned around. When she saw Jeff, she immediately became happy and stood up. Jeff! Then Lydia saw the girl beside Jeff. Her first impression was that the girl was so ugly that she didn't want to look at her ever again. However, upon closer inspection, she had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Go to my room, Jeff ordered Maddie as he walked into the hall. Maddie glanced in that direction and met Lydia's gaze. She was the first woman other than Lucia to come to Jeff's house. Jeff sat down on the sofa, took out a cigarette and bit into it. Did you need me for something? I came here to reconnect with you. I heard that you lived here, so I came to visit, Lydia said gently, but not gently enough. Why didn't she just say that she came to see if Jeff was interested in her? Because even if she didn't say it, Jeff knew what was going on. This must have been his father's idea. He was eager for this marriage. Who was that girl? Lydia asked with cautious curiosity. You want to know about my private affairs so soon? Jeff asked indifferently, still lazily smoking a cigarette. I didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand, Lydia immediately explained. Rumor had it that Jeff was not an easy person to get along with, but Lydia was determined for her fantasy of getting married to be realized. However, she realized she still genuinely liked Jeff, even if she knew that he was toxic. She was not interested in the pleasing faces of the other men who courted her with roses and promises. Jeff put out his half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. I have things to do, so I'm afraid I don't have to tell you, he said impatiently. Lydia's face stiffened. Although she knew it was an obvious way for him to tell her to leave, she still maintained her grace. It's all right. I was rude. I didn't warn you I was coming. I see that you're busy. I'll be leaving. With that, she stood up and left. Jeff raised his voice towards the empty hall. Get down here. Maddie slowly crawled out from behind the stairs and forced herself to enter the hall. She stopped at a large distance away from Jeff. Jeff stared at her coldly, and Maddie met Jeff's gaze and laughed dryly. Jeff, I didn't eavesdrop. I just happened to be over there. Well, yes, I overheard. Then she walked 2 steps closer to Jeff with a smile and asked, Jeff, who is that girl? You want to know? Jeff asked. Yes. Go to your room and think about it. Why are you sending me to my room again? Maddie was unhappy. Did I tell you that you could come out? Maddie looked at Jeff's cold face and thought for a while before saying, Jeff, I can go to my room and think about it, but can you go see Lucia's husband first? He's awake, and aren't you his good friend? It's normal to visit your friends. Who told you we were good friends? Didn't you see that he drugged me? Jeff asked with a cold expression. Maddie was left speechless. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't seem to matter. How about this, Jeff? It's fine if you don't go, but how about I go? Maddie offered. Jeff's face immediately darkened. You want to go see Dalen? No, I'm going to see him for Lucia, Maddie explained carefully. Jeff didn't seem happy. But why? He was truly mysterious. Give me your phone, Jeff said coldly. It's upstairs. I'll get it. Maddie immediately turned around and ran upstairs, and she soon came back down with her phone. Maddie ran towards Jeff and handed over her phone. Here. However, just as she got close, Maddie's left foot hooked onto her right foot, causing her to trip. She fell towards Jeff and crashed onto his body. Before Maddie could react, Jeff froze. Sorry, Jeff, I was careless. Maddie found herself leaning on him. Maddie raised her head in fright. When she looked into his eyes, his breathing had become very heavy. Jeff. Maddie didn't know if she was scared or not, but she didn't take her hand back. Jeff's voice was repressed and hoarse. Why do you like to push me down so much? You will be responsible for the consequences. Maddie immediately took her hand away after coming back to her senses. She struggled to stand up. It felt like her face was on fire. Jeff's face was tense. He endured the restlessness in his body as he glanced at Maddie and said, I know what you did. I didn't mean to, Maddie whispered. Were you satisfied just now? Jeff asked. Jeff, what did you say? That wasn't my intention. Maddie's head was almost buried in her sweater. Are you sure? He teased. It was an accident. Maddie lowered her head, not daring to meet Jeff's gaze. Jeff was standing so close to Maddie, and she had yet to step back. It doesn't matter. If you want to see, if you want to touch, you can do so. Jeff looked at Maddie with a profound gaze. Maddie, who had her head lowered, couldn't believe what Jeff had just said. She couldn't help but look up at him. Was he hitting on her? No. It was clearly just to bully her, right? There's one thing I need you to explain to me. Why won't you cut your hair? I'm used to it. I like it, Maddie whispered. Jeff was going to doubt her taste, but couldn't find the words. Maddie couldn't figure Jeff out either. She was so ugly. Why was he saying these things? Was he trying to scare her? He must be, because in Maddie's heart, she truly believed that no one was willing to get close to her. She was a little ugly monster. Jeff's face was cold. He picked up the phone that Maddie had dropped on the floor. Then he called. Maddie could hear Lucia's voice. Maddie, how did it go? It didn't, Jeff answered coldly. Maddie was puzzled. Did this mean that he was going to see Lucia's husband? Lucia did not care whether Jeff took Maddie's phone or not. Jeff, let me tell you, Dalen is awake. Go and see him. He's already awake. What's there to look at? Just tell me the truth, that you still can't get in and that you want me to bring you to see Dalen. Jeff growled. Well, since you can see through me, I'll tell you the truth. Dalen woke up, but my mother-in-law won't let me see him, and Dalen hasn't called me. So can you pick me up? Lucia asked with a look of shame on her face. No, Jeff said directly. Please, just think about it, Lucia begged. There's no need to think about it. Don't you know how to climb walls? Just do that again. Of course I can climb walls, but I'd rather go through the main entrance, Lucia said gloomily. If she had been able to climb the wall, she would have done so long ago, but she was worried that Dalen would be mad if she climbed the wall. When Lucia thought of herself climbing up and then seeing Dalen's expression, she felt goosebumps all over her body. She thought that since Dalen had just recovered from a serious illness, it would be best to not anger him. I might go see him, but you don't need to, Jeff said lazily. Why? It would be a piece of cake for you to bring me along. My mother-in-law can't do anything to you, Lucia said, feeling her voice about to break. Jeff sneered. Of course he could take her, but he didn't want to. This was the consequence of her offending him. Lucia was about to say something about how Jeff should take her along, but she heard the click of the call ending. Lucia looked at the screen and was so angry that she almost vomited. A while later, Lucia was walking around the outside of the hospital alone. She stood on the ground and looked up at Dalen's window. She felt bitter in her heart. She was so close to Dalen, but so far. The person who could not see him. She wondered what Dalen was doing now. Was he sleeping? She had heard that his body was recovering very well, but he should be resting even if he'd recover quite well. But when was he going to call her? Lucia picked up her phone and looked at the blank screen. She really wanted Dalen's call to suddenly appear. After staring at the phone for a while, a call suddenly appeared. When Lucia saw the phone light up, her heart started beating faster and faster. However, after seeing the name, everything returned to normal. She was especially disappointed. She answered, Axel, what's wrong? You sound dispirited. You don't want to talk to me? Axel joked. No, I'm glad you called. Even if Lucia really wanted to receive Dalen's call, she couldn't hurt Axel's feelings by telling him the truth. I'm very sorry. I was busy when you called earlier. I didn't have time to reply until now, Axel explained. No worries. I just wanted to ask about Dalen's situation. Lucia immediately asked, Axel, is Dalen awake? He has woken up, and he's recovering quite well, Axel said. That's good. But can you get him to call me? Lucia asked, embarrassed. I don't have time to go to the hospital now, Axel sighed. Lucia was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly asked, Who's there? Out of everyone in the family, Axel was the most suitable person to guard Dalen. Linda was physically weak, so it was impossible for her to defend Dalen. That left only Axel. It's not that I don't want to be there, but Dalen told me to leave, Axel explained. Dalen is recovering, so doesn't he need someone to take care of him anymore? Lucia asked in surprise. He still has tons of bodyguards around, so there's nothing more I can do there. In her heart, Lucia was furious. She immediately asked, What happened to him? Why hasn't he called me yet? Hearing Axel's silence, Lucia said, Axel, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude towards you. I know how you feel. You know, sometimes Dalen is too strong-headed, and he might not want you to see him injured. Axel comforted her. That was what both John and Cole had said. Lucia was discouraged. How about this? When my family is busy, I'll go to the hospital and talk to Dalen about it, Axel offered. All right, sorry to trouble you, Lucia sighed. No problem. After hanging up, Lucia glared angrily at the window. She called Cole again. Where are you? Are you still with Spencer? Lucia asked. No, I'm at the company, Cole answered. What are you doing at the company? Lucia was stunned. Seriously? Most of us normal people still need to go to work. Duh. Lucia had forgotten about the company. She raised her head and glanced upwards before turning around and leaving. Just as she turned around, a figure appeared beside the railing of the balcony. Dalen looked into the distance and down to the lawn. His eyes were calm, and he took in everything around the hospital. Lucia took a taxi to the company. As expected, all her employees were all working normally. What a shame. To be honest, she didn't even remember the last time she went to work. If others saw her, they wouldn't believe that this was her company. When Lucia walked into the office, she found Cole at work. Lucia looked around the office. It was clean and tidy. Lucia immediately thought back to all the times when Dalen came to find her here. Are you coming to work? Cole looked up and asked. Where else am I supposed to go? Dalen woke up, but I couldn't see him. Lucia sat on the sofa and said, I'm very depressed. Then you should work at your job. That way you'll be distracted and you won't feel depressed. Furthermore, time will fly by and soon Dalen will call you, Cole said. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to work. At the hospital, Dalen went back to his bed. He sat down and felt something on his hand. He was stunned for a moment. Then he saw a crystal wolfhound's pendant. Dalen stared at it, but his eyes were sharp and blank. He rubbed it with his hand, and the door opened behind him. Dalen stuffed the pendant under his pillow. Linda walked in. When did you get up? The doctor said you can't stand up. You have to lie down. Behind Linda was Victoria. Dalen, I've come to see you. When Dalen heard that voice, he turned his face slightly and looked at Victoria. Victoria felt embarrassed as he stared at her. Dalen had never looked at her like this before. I'm sorry, Dalen. I was feeling a bit unwell these 2 days, so I didn't come earlier. You're not angry, are you? Nope. Dalen looked away and laid on the bed. However, his eyes looked at Victoria once again. There was only one image in his mind, and that was when Victoria had pounced on him. Only this. After Dalen had woken up, he didn't remember anything. He couldn't even remember himself. However, he was hiding this truth. As a result, no one thought anything was wrong with him. Each time a new person came into his room, he had to deduce who they were. But he could not find any fragments of memories in his mind. The woman in front of him was the only one he had a vague memory of. She had hugged him while crying, and then nothing. Dalen thought too hard and his head began to hurt. He couldn't help but shut his eyes tightly. Seeing that there was something wrong with Dalen's face, Linda asked anxiously, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? I'll have the doctor come. No need, Dalen said. Why not? What if there's a problem? Linda said. Then she said to Victoria, Victoria, go get a doctor. All right. Victoria turned around and left. Dalen looked towards her retreating figure. Linda noticed Dalen's gaze and immediately said, When you were unconscious, Victoria was always worried about you. She followed me here almost every day to see you. Isn't that amazing? Dalen retracted his gaze and slightly closed his eyes. He was thinking about a problem. Who was Victoria to him? Why was she so worried about him? Was it because of her importance to him? Linda looked at Dalen's silent expression and probed. She's recovered much these few days and will definitely come to see you every day. Dalen was silent, and Linda was very pleased. He was willing to have Victoria by his side, and he didn't even mention Lucia. Even now, he hadn't mentioned a single word. Linda would not let Lucia come near him. She would arrange for the divorce with Lucia at the right time. Then he could marry Victoria. The doctor quickly came over and examined Dalen. He didn't find anything wrong with him. Mr. Patrick, what made you feel uncomfortable? The doctor asked. When I'm thinking hard about something, Dalen said expressionlessly. It's not suitable for you to use your brain now. You need to rest more, otherwise it will affect your brain's recovery, the doctor advised. Dalen's expression was cold. Recovery? Until now, he could not remember anything. Linda said, Did you hear that? The doctor told you to rest more. When I was gone, did you sleep? I will now, Dalen said. Linda couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not, so she let the doctor go. The doctor turned around and said to Victoria, Victoria, thank you for your hard work these few days. Come here and accompany Dalen more often, please. It's good for him. Victoria looked at Dalen hesitantly, coincidentally meeting Dalen's gaze. It caused her heart to tremble. Dalen, can I come here to accompany you every day? Victoria asked hesitantly. She was afraid that Dalen wouldn't even want to look at her. She knew how much Dalen had disliked her in the past. In fact, she was the reason that he had fainted right before his operation. But she had come every day when Dalen was unconscious. Now that he was awake, would he still want to see her? Sure, he said. When Victoria heard Dalen's words, her entire body stiffened, and then her eyebrows rose in happiness. That night, Dalen slept, and it was the first time he had dreamed since he woke up. He dreamt of a girl, a wedding, kissing, the happy image of a girl, but he could not see her face. When finally the girl turned around, he saw her face. It was Victoria. When Dalen woke up in the morning, his heart was empty. He touched the crystal wolfhound pendant again, and his eyes became deep in thought. Whose was this? Why was he so familiar with it? But he couldn't remember. The nurse came and respectfully fed Dalen breakfast. Outside, a car stopped by the curb, and Victoria got out. She used to come with Linda, but this time she was alone. She did not forget Linda's words when they had left the hospital yesterday. So far, Dalen never mentioned Lucia. Linda had told her not to mention Lucia in front of Dalen to avoid bothering him. This made Victoria very curious. Dalen was obsessed with Lucia. Why didn't he mention her when he woke up? But like Linda said, it was best not to mention it. Victoria pushed open the door with joy in her heart. Dalen had just finished his breakfast and was walking around the room. Dalen, why are you awake? Is it okay for him to walk around like this? Victoria worriedly asked the bodyguard beside her. The bodyguard answered Victoria. The doctor said he wants Dalen to walk around a bit. That's good. Victoria glanced at Dalen and went forward to support him. Dalen turned around and looked at Victoria's actions. His eyes were as black as ink. Victoria panicked a little. Just as she was about to put her hand down, she heard Dalen say, It's all right. Victoria couldn't believe that Dalen would suddenly treat her in such a manner. It flattered her. She also felt that this was a blessing in disguise. Previously, whenever she got close to Dalen, he would push her away. Now her hands were on Dalen's arms, and they were all allowed. There was a gentle smile on Victoria's face. "Are you feeling better?" Dalen asked. Victoria was stunned for a moment, then said, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." "You were there when I fainted?" Dalen continued. "Yes, every day I would come over to see if you had woken up. Dalen, you really scared me," Victoria said sadly. "I'm good now," Dalen said as he looked at Victoria. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Victoria's face. The palm of his hand stroked her pale skin. It was as delicate as a butterfly wing. Victoria's breathing almost stopped. Was Dalen actually touching her face? Victoria was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She directly jumped into Dalen's arms, and Dalen didn't push her away either, which made Victoria happier. She felt as if her illness had suddenly completely resolved. Has this day finally come? Has the suffering ended? Dalen finally accepted her? She almost lost her composure. Victoria immediately let go of Dalen after regaining her senses, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Dalen. I'm just so happy to see you recovered." She didn't want to say her elation was due to Dalen's intimate gesture. When Dalen went back to the bed, Victoria took the initiative to step forward to pull up the blanket. But then she realized that there was a crystal wolfhound pendant on the blanket, causing her to freeze in shock. She held the pendant in her hand and asked, "Dalen, what is this? Is it yours?" Dalen's expression was calm as he looked at the pendant. Without saying anything, he took it from her. Seeing that he did not say anything, Victoria let it go. Dalen leaned on the bed, holding the pendant in his hand, and he was slightly lost in thought. He had left it there on purpose. He thought it might be Victoria's, but she hadn't recognized it. So whose is it? Or was it a nurse who was kind enough to hide it under his pillow? After all, most of the nurses were obsessed with him. Dalen should have thrown the pendant away, but his hands didn't move. Lucia looked at her cell phone as soon as she woke up in the morning, but there was no call on her phone. She was too embarrassed to urge Axel to go to the hospital, just in case he was busy. Before she left for the company, Lucia passed by the hospital and got out of the car. Standing below the hospital, she looked up at Dalen's window. She really hoped that Dalen would suddenly appear, and just as she was thinking it, she saw a figure appear on the balcony. It was Dalen. It really was Dalen. He was fully recovered and could walk out to the balcony. Lucia was too excited. She waved her hand towards the sky. "Dalen! Dalen! Dalen!" Dalen's eyes moved slightly as he saw the person below waving her hands. "Who is she calling?" Dalen asked. Victoria saw Lucia below and heard Dalen's question, so she said, "It might be a patient from the other floors. Dalen, let's go in. We can't stay outside for too long." Dalen glanced at the person below and went inside. Lucia was momentarily taken aback. She jumped and waved her hands, flabbergasted. Was she being ignored? What was Dalen doing? Oh, maybe he was going back to the room to call her? That must be it. After all, at such a high distance, it would be inconvenient to speak. However, Lucia waited and waited, but she didn't hear from Dalen. What's going on? She knew that Dalen had seen her just now. It couldn't be that the distance was too far and he couldn't see her clearly, right? When Dalen returned to the room, Victoria noticed his expression. Calm and serene, unfathomable. She was also curious. Didn't Dalen clearly see Lucia below? There was only one explanation. In the afternoon, Jeff walked into the ward and saw Dalen lying on the bed, as well as Victoria quietly peeling fruit next to him. His gaze slipped past her and looked at Dalen, who was looking back at him. "Seems like you've recovered quite well. And you're living quite well, with a beauty waiting on you." Of course, Jeff was referring to Victoria. Victoria's face blushed because of his words. "Can I trouble you to leave us for a moment? I have something to say to him." Jeff looked at Victoria. Victoria stopped peeling the fruit and looked at Dalen. Dalen just looked at Jeff silently, so she put down the fruit and went out. Jeff didn't sit on the stool that Victoria had sat on. Instead, he sat on the sofa with his long legs crossed, facing Dalen. Jeff frowned and looked at him. If you have something to say, just say it. Dalen's tone was cold. I've personally come to visit you, and that's your attitude? Or are you not happy to have your woman thrown out? Do you want me to call her back in? Jeff asked. No need, Dalen answered. Jeff smiled faintly. When can you leave the hospital? A week. It's not a long time, but for some people it's like an eternity. Your wife came to find me. She was very worried. I was wondering what you wanted me to do, Jeff said brazenly. Dalen slightly retracted his eyes and shook his head. He had a wife? Was it Victoria? Was he married to Victoria? Seeing Dalen's reaction, Jeff felt that something was wrong and asked, You didn't call her after you woke up? Dalen quickly recovered and said calmly, I've recovered well enough. Let's talk about it later. Jeff stood up without a word and walked around. He walked to the window ledge and looked outside, and then turned back to the bed. Then he put his hands on the edge of the bed and leaned his face close to Dalen. Both of their eyes were sharp and profound. They stared at each other. It was as if Jeff was trying to drill his way in to see what was going on in Dalen's head. Jeff suddenly asked, Do you know who I'm talking about? Aren't we talking about my wife? Dalen said, without changing his expression. Yes, and what's your wife's name? Jeff asked Dalen again. Dalen's eyes remained unmoved, but his mind was blank. Judging from Jeff's actions, his wife wasn't Victoria. Moreover, Victoria and Linda had both said that Victoria had come to visit him every day. Since that was the case, why would she be looking for Jeff? Dalen, you can remember, right? Jeff looked at Dalen with his sharp eyes. Dalen's eyes instantly became stern, but Jeff still looked at him without shrinking back. How did you know? Dalen did not deny it. Because I'm Jeff. Jeff lifted his hands off the bed and stood up to look at Dalen. You're really something. You actually lost your memory and no one can tell. Jeff knew that something must be wrong when he mentioned that Lucia went to find him every day, and Dalen did not react at all. In the past, Dalen would have overreacted. That was why he became suspicious. Who do you remember? Jeff asked. Nothing. I've only thought of a few fragments. Dalen sighed. Do you remember Victoria? Seeing Dalen's silent expression, Jeff suddenly smiled. This was interesting. Dalen suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Jeff. What's her name? Jeff looked at Dalen, who could not remember anything, and felt a burst of joy in his heart. It might be for the best for you not to know. Your marriage was not something that you would willingly do again. Your true love is the one waiting outside, Jeff said. Dalen held his gaze. Was that why he only remembered Victoria? It made sense. Otherwise, why didn't he remember anyone else? Jeff left the hospital in a good mood, but his car came to a screeching halt just as they left the parking lot. Jeff roared, Do you know how to drive? I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. It's Miss Patrick, the driver said in horror. Just as he finished speaking, the car window was knocked. Jeff lowered the car window and looked coldly at Lucia's small and anxious face. He said, If you want to die, then just tell me and I will have it arranged. I don't want to die. I want to see Dalen, Lucia said desperately. Jeff looked straight ahead and remained silent. Jeff, you just want to see Dalen, right? Please tell me, she begged. Jeff looked at her coldly. I have nothing to say, so stand back. Tell me, how is Dalen? Did he ask about me? He hasn't called me since he woke up. Lucia worried. Jeff paused as he spoke. Lucia panicked. What did he say? Jeff looked at Lucia's anxious expression and said, He'll be discharged in a week, and you'll have to wait until then. Why? Lucia was puzzled. Was it that hard for him to call her? I don't know. Just wait, Jeff said. But a week was too long for Lucia. He didn't say anything else? Lucia asked. Nope. Jeff saw Lucia standing there in a daze, so he reminded her, Stand to the side. Lucia came back to her senses. Jeff directly shook his hand at her, as if he was waving away something in the air. Lucia retreated a few steps back, then Jeff's car drove away. Lucia froze. How could she wait for a whole week? Jeff's car stopped outside Maddie's college campus. Jeff picked up his phone and called Maddie. Did your class end yet? Not yet. What's wrong? Maddie asked. How much longer do you have? Jeff didn't say he was outside the campus. It'll take a while. After hanging up, Jeff sat in the car and waited, but Maddie was not on campus at all. She was in a coffee shop not far from the campus, sitting opposite Lydia. Was that Jeff? Lydia asked. Maddie didn't know why Lydia would come to the school to look for her. How did she know which school she was in? Did you follow me? Maddie asked warily. Lydia laughed. No, Jeff told me where you go to school. Then why did you look for me? My and Jeff's families are very close, so how come we have never heard about you? The only explanation would be that you're the daughter of that horrible woman, right? Lydia asked wickedly. There must be quite a number of people who knew about what happened with Maddie's mom. After all, the ruckus back then had caused Jeff's dad to lose quite a bit of face. Lydia knew she was being overly sensitive, especially since the person in front of her was so ugly. However, it was never a bad thing to know more. Maddie didn't say anything and just looked at Lydia. She didn't know what to say, because Lydia was right. Her mother had indeed been raised by the Holmes family. Aren't you curious about who I am? Lydia asked. Maddie wanted to say that she wasn't curious, but Lydia continued on without waiting for her answer. I'm Jeff's fiancée. Maddie was taken aback. Fiancé? Maddie's surprise made Lydia uncomfortable. That's right. Our families have a good relationship, so it's normal for us to have a marriage alliance. Maddie looked at the woman in front of her as she thought, Then will I be in the same family as her from now on? It was a strange feeling. Are you unhappy? Lydia asked. No, congratulations, Maddie said. Oh, right. Is your mother here too? Lydia asked. Maddie really didn't want to talk to Lydia about this. She also couldn't see the meaning behind Lydia's words, and she felt that Lydia was acting very strange. I'm sorry, school's over. I need to go back and get my school things. With that, Maddie stood up and left. Lydia didn't stop her as she watched Maddie leave. Had Maddie understood all that she said? Of course Maddie understood. She wanted to drive Maddie away from Jeff. If they were to get married in the future, Lydia didn't want Maddie hanging around. As Maddie walked away from her meeting with Lydia, she realized that she had to act more sensible in front of Lydia in order to get on good terms with Jeff. However, this was not something that Maddie could decide. Jeff didn't have any intention of letting her go, but wasn't Jeff afraid that his fiancée would be unhappy? Maddie sighed and walked straight out of the school gate. Maddie. A familiar cold voice came from behind her. Maddie was so shocked that her body trembled. She turned around and looked at Jeff, who had a dark and cold expression on his face. Jeff, why are you here? Maddie stammered. Didn't you say that the class hadn't ended? Were you lying to me? Jeff asked with a dark expression. Maddie was a little flustered. About that. Jeff, you couldn't have been waiting for me at the school gate all this time, right? She hadn't even noticed Jeff's car. You're disappointed? He asked. No. Maddie shook her head, not daring to say even a single word that would make him upset. Jeff looked at her with his dark eyes and asked, You want to go to your classroom? My bag is still in the classroom, Maddie answered. Get in the car, Jeff ordered. But Jeff! Before Maddie could finish her words, she was carried to the car by Jeff. Jeff instructed his bodyguard. Go get her bag. Yes. The bodyguard immediately left. Jeff's expression was ugly as he sat across from her, staring at her coldly. Maddie's gaze flickered. Will you confess honestly, or should I use torture? Jeff asked. What torture? Maddie was so frightened that her head went blank. You want to know? Jeff asked coldly. Maddie hurriedly shook her head. I don't want to know. She wasn't that stupid. Maddie bit her lip and said, Jeff, I just skipped class for a moment. It won't happen again. Where did you go? He asked. He wanted to know the purpose of the truancy. I went to the internet cafe to play games, Maddie lied. Alone? No, there's a boy. Jeff's black eyes stared fixedly at Maddie. The car felt like an ice house. Maddie craned her neck to keep eye contact. Another student? Jeff asked while restraining the burning anger in his heart. Probably not. I don't know him very well. We just played a game for a bit. Maddie was instantly speechless when she met Jeff's terrifying eyes. Why were Jeff's eyes so scary? Very good, Jeff finally said with heavy sarcasm. Good? Maddie was at a loss. Why did it feel like a retort? You're skipping school to play games with an unfamiliar man in an internet cafe. Do you even listen to me when I talk to you? Jeff's face was as cold as ice. Jeff, calm down. Do I look like I'm not calm? Jeff asked. Maddie didn't respond. Jeff continued. I'll teach you to listen when we get home. No, Jeff, I was wrong. Maddie instinctively did not want to talk about Lydia, but she did not expect to make Jeff so angry. After the school bag was brought by the bodyguard, the car drove home. Maddie looked out the window like a pitiful child, glancing at Jeff from time to time. Jeff stared at her sinisterly from beginning to end. The moment their eyes met, Maddie immediately retracted her gaze and pretended to be innocent. Jeff wouldn't really hurt her, right? Looking out the window, she thought, could she jump out of the car? She really wanted to jump. If she jumped, she could run away. But she didn't dare. Should she just tell Jeff the truth? When they got home, Jeff dragged the timid Maddie upstairs. Jeff, don't. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Maddie wailed in distress. However, Jeff turned a deaf ear to her. He dragged Maddie into her room and slammed the door shut. He pressed Maddie against the door. His tough body covered hers. Maddie's heart almost stopped beating as she stared blankly at the face that was just inches away from her. Jeff, didn't you say you wanted to find a sponsor for yourself? Do you want to know what I'll do to you? Jeff asked. At such a close distance, Maddie could smell the sweet scent in Jeff's breath. It made her face turn hot. She didn't dare to think about what Jeff would do to her. At this moment, Maddie felt Jeff grab her waist and tighten his grip, followed by a chill running up her spine. Her body froze. Jeff, don't. Maddie froze, not daring to move. Why not? Do you know what I'm doing? I can do more. Jeff's thin lips fell on Maddie's ears. Maddie's body suddenly trembled. So sensitive, Jeff smelled the sweet scent of Maddie's body. No, we can't. Maddie did not understand. She is too ugly for Jeff to want her in this way. How could Jeff do this to her? Aren't you still scheming to go to bed with me? Shouldn't we at least do it once? Jeff teased. No, Maddie said, but her body arched toward Jeff and she felt desire in her bones. It was terrifying. Why not? Don't you want to try? Jeff whispered. Don't. Jeff, I didn't go to the internet cafe and I didn't play games with other guys, Maddie cried out. Jeff stopped moving. He hadn't wanted Maddie to tell the truth so quickly. He wanted to go a little further. Suppressing the agitation in his body, he let go of her and looked at her with a dark expression. Maddie stood against the wall like a schoolgirl. Are you willing to speak the truth? He asked. Maddie was surprised. You knew I was lying? How did you know? With a face like yours, what boy would be willing to play games with you? Jeff sneered rudely. Maddie had forgotten about this. There were so many boys in her school, but even the ugliest ones didn't want to get close to her. Why did you lie to me? Jeff asked with a cold expression. Maddie looked down and didn't say anything. Still not talking? Jeff's eyes darkened. Yes, your fiancé came looking for me, Maddie whispered. Jeff frowned. What fiancé? The woman who came to find you last time. Maddie didn't know why Jeff was denying it. Who told you she was my fiancé? Jeff asked. She told me. Don't spout nonsense. Maddie felt wronged. She was simply repeating what she had been told. What did she tell you? Jeff urged. She didn't say anything. Maddie hesitated. Didn't say what? Maddie looked at Jeff's unfriendly expression and waited for another moment before saying, She was just curious as to why I'm staying here. You have no sisters, so she wanted to know where I came from. She knows my mother, so she said that she should know who I am. Your mother's matter is not a secret. However, Lydia should not have come to find you. Anything else? Jeff asked. Maddie shook her head. Never lie to me again. Jeff left the room after giving her a warning look. Looking at the closed door, Maddie heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, she felt that the skin around her waist was a little hot. It was warm where Jeff had touched her. Why was it hot? In the company office, Lucia was venting to Cole. I want to climb the window again, Cole, Lucia said. Cole almost fell off his chair. He asked, Isn't it enough for you to do it once? It's so dangerous. But I've already climbed it once. I'll be all right, Lucia reasoned. Didn't you say that Jeff asked you to wait a week? But why would Dalen make me wait a week? Can't I go see him? Lucia was very depressed. Perhaps, maybe it's because Dalen's mother is there and he doesn't want you all to meet and have conflict, Cole said in a confident manner. I could go at night. It doesn't have to be during the day, Lucia said matter-of-factly. Cole was at a loss for words. This is so annoying. Lucia went mad. She was lying on the desk, her eyes tightly closed. Isn't it just a week? Just don't think about it, Cole advised. Then come with me to the hospital after work, Lucia said as she blinked her watery eyes. You won't be able to see him, so you might as well not go. Cole rolled his eyes. Whether you come or not, I'm going, Lucia said resolutely. It wasn't even time for them to get off work yet, but Lucia urged Cole to leave. When they arrived at the hospital, they got out of the car and headed towards the hospital building. Lucia saw Victoria walking out from the hospital entrance. She seemed to be in a good mood, and her eyes were full of amorous looks. Moreover, Victoria was alone. There was no trace of Linda. Lucia looked at her curiously. Victoria froze for a moment when she saw Lucia. Then, with a smile on her face, she walked over until she stood in front of Lucia, looking at her with disdain. You came alone? Lucia asked. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Victoria smiled. Where's Dalen's mother? She didn't come? Lucia asked. She said she wanted to give me a chance to be alone with Dalen, so she didn't come. Victoria gloated. Lucia didn't want to believe Victoria's words at all. She thought back to what Dalen had told her before, that nothing had happened between him and Victoria, so she chose to believe Dalen. Victoria, you don't have to lie to me like that. Do you think I will believe you? Dalen doesn't even want to see you, Lucia spat. Really? Then why did I just spend the whole day with him? You don't know yet, do you? He doesn't want to see you, Victoria sneered. Looking at Lucia's face, which was gradually changing color, Victoria finally felt proud of herself. You really have no sense of shame, trying to steal someone else's husband. To think that you could even say such words, Cole said sarcastically. Victoria's expression turned ugly. Who do you think you are? Me? Your worst nightmare, Cole said. You! Victoria was angry, but she calmed down quickly. With Dalen on her side, she could disregard everything else. Besides, she just wanted to return the humiliation to Lucia. So she looked at the upset Lucia. I'm not lying to you. Think about it carefully. Why am I able to accompany Dalen every day, but you can't? There's one more thing I want to tell you. Dalen didn't even mention you after he woke up. Impossible! Lucia screamed. You see, you don't believe me again. If you don't believe me, you can continue to wait and see if Dalen will call you. Victoria sneered as she turned around and got into her car. Cole looked at Lucia's stunned expression and asked, You don't really believe Victoria's words, do you? That idiot is trying to make you upset. You're right, I don't believe her. I'll come over tomorrow and see if Victoria really stays in Dalen's room for the whole day. Let's go. Lucia turned around and left the hospital. Helpless, Cole chased after her. The next morning, Lucia and Cole arrived at the hospital. After waiting for almost an hour, a familiar car drove up. When the car door opened, Victoria got out. She was still alone and was holding a box of food. When Victoria turned around and saw them, she gave a silent sneer and said nothing before walking into the hospital. She must have known we were coming and wanted to show us, Cole said. However, Lucia just stood in front of the hospital's main entrance and looked up at Dalen's window. Lucia just kept looking up, not sure if she could handle all the feelings in her heart. Lucia, don't keep staring. You can't see anything. Cole was afraid that she would work herself up. Half an hour later, there were shadows on the balcony. It was Dalen and Victoria. Then she saw Victoria lean into Dalen's arms, and Dalen didn't push her away. On the contrary, he seemed very happy. Lucia watched this scene in a daze, feeling as if her heart was being torn apart. Why were Dalen and Victoria so close? Hadn't Dalen told her that he had nothing to do with Victoria? What was Lucia supposed to think now? She wanted to believe Dalen, but Victoria made her doubt him. When Cole looked at Lucia's expression, he felt a wave of pity in his heart. Lucia. Cole was about to say something when he was interrupted by Lucia. Dalen doesn't want to see me. Is it because he wants to be with Victoria? How is that possible? Dalen never liked Victoria at all, Cole said. Then what am I supposed to believe? Lucia groaned. Lucia, maybe there's some other reason. Cole felt that his consolation was not convincing at all. However, Lucia took it to heart. For her, even the slightest bit of persuasion was something she was willing to believe. Otherwise, all of this would not make sense. Lucia lowered her eyes and turned her head towards Cole and said, Then come with me when it's 7 or 8 in the evening. I'll climb up and take a look. I want to ask him what's going on. Lucia, it's very dangerous. I've climbed it once. I'm not worried about doing it a second time, Lucia said resolutely. Then she turned around and left. Dalen was at the balcony with Victoria and saw the silhouette of a person looking up. His black eyes stared blankly at her. This was the second time he had seen her. That evening, Lucia decided to climb again. It was not as late as the first time because Lucia didn't want to disturb Dalen's sleep. Even if Dalen betrayed her, her first thought was still to help him. In her heart, she would rather believe that all of this was forced upon him. With Cole's help, Lucia slowly climbed up, her hands firmly holding on to the ledge and air conditioner. Cole's heart almost leapt out of his throat. When Lucia was almost exhausted, she grabbed onto the railing on the floor that Dalen was on. She held on tightly to the railing and gasped for breath. Then she raised her head and looked through the window. She saw Dalen, who was lying on the bed. Dalen seemed to have sensed something. With a grim expression, his eyes turned towards Lucia. Lucia noticed that Dalen had seen her and immediately waved excitedly. However, there was no response from Dalen. Dalen just stared at her without saying a word. Lucia's waving hand froze, and she felt a bit uncomfortable, but she pulled herself over the railing and landed on the balcony. When Cole saw that Lucia had safely landed on the balcony, he took a deep breath and patted his heart. This was even scarier than a roller coaster. Lucia went to the balcony door and found it locked. She could only stand at the window and knock at the window. Dalen, open the door! Dalen didn't move. He just looked at her with his sharp eyes. Lucia was shocked by the cold look in his eyes. Could it be that he could not see through the window? Why else would he look at her like that? Just as she was wondering, she saw Victoria inside. She was still here? Moreover, Victoria saw her. She looked at Lucia in disbelief. How did she get up there? Victoria looked nervously at Dalen, but Lucia couldn't see Dalen's expression anymore. Dalen looked at the woman on the balcony. Let her in. His cold heart seemed to be moved as he opened his mouth to speak. Victoria really didn't want Lucia to come in. Dalen hadn't mentioned Lucia in the last few days. She wished that Lucia would never appear. She didn't expect her to still appear on the balcony of Dalen's room. Victoria opened the door and glared angrily at Lucia. Why couldn't she have fallen down and died? Lucia ignored Victoria's resentful expression. She walked into the room anxiously until she stopped in front of Dalen's bed and looked at him closely. Dalen, are you all right? How do you feel? Is your head still hurting? Lucia felt she had a lot to ask, but she could only ask this for now. I'm fine. Dalen looked at her in an unfamiliar way. It was as if he was searching for something. That's good. I heard you're going to be out of the hospital in a week, right? That's great news. Dalen lowered his gaze and didn't say anything. Looking at Dalen's attitude, Lucia opened her mouth and realized she didn't know what to say to Dalen. When the atmosphere froze, Dalen spoke. I only have a few days until I leave the hospital. You didn't need to climb the wall. Lucia felt that Dalen was a completely different person. At the beginning, she was worried that Dalen would be furious when he saw her do such a dangerous thing. But no, he was calm to the point of indifference. It was like being with a stranger. Dalen, are you angry that I didn't come to see you? The bodyguards outside wouldn't let me in. I've been waiting for your call. Dalen, why didn't you call me when you woke up? I've been worried about you, Lucia said. Dalen was now certain that the person in front of him was his wife. So he had been forced to marry her? That must be the case. Otherwise, why would he not remember her at all? From the moment she appeared, there was only unfamiliarity in his mind. If there's nothing else, then you can leave, Dalen said, without looking at her again. Lucia couldn't believe what she had heard. Why was Dalen so cold? Shouldn't he be happy to see her? Victoria walked over and said, Yes, if you come over like this, you will only disturb Dalen's rest. Don't worry. I will stay here to accompany Dalen. Lucia was already in a bad mood. Victoria pretending to be gentle and kind made her angry. Who do you think you are? Lucia yelled. Victoria was furious, but since Dalen was here, she couldn't quarrel with Lucia. Instead, she became very understanding as she said, Lucia, you may be able to ignore Dalen's health, but I can't. If you have anything you want to ask Dalen, you might as well wait for him to leave the hospital. Victoria's words made Lucia instantly feel powerless. Hey, you can't talk to me like that. Before Lucia could finish her cursing, she heard Dalen's extremely cold voice. Get out. Lucia thought he must be yelling at Victoria, but when she turned around to meet Dalen's dark eyes that were still cold and indifferent, she realized that he wanted her to leave. Dalen, why? Lucia asked, unwilling to give up. Didn't you hear what I said? Lucia's eyes stung. She wanted to be angry. Why did he do this to her? But when she saw all the medicines and machines, she suppressed her anger. Rest well. I'll wait for you to leave the hospital. After Lucia finished speaking, she turned around, intending to leave. But when she saw that Victoria was still here, her expression changed and she said, It's already late. Why don't we leave together? I'll drive you back. She didn't want Victoria to continue staying here. Victoria looked at Dalen lovingly and said, No need. I'm not going back tonight. Where are you going to sleep if you don't go back? There's a bed right here. That's where I sleep. Victoria was happy to tell Lucia about this. Lucia looked at the empty bed on the other side of the room. In other words, Dalen was going to live in the same room as Victoria? Lucia froze in place. She suddenly turned around and shouted at Dalen. What is going on? Dalen looked at her coldly. Lucia continued. Why are you doing this? Was everything you said to me before a lie? Tears welled up in Lucia's eyes. She couldn't help but say angrily, Did they mess up your brain during the operation? Dalen's expression turned dark. When the bodyguards outside heard the commotion inside, they immediately rushed in. Mr. Patrick! Seeing that there was one more person inside, the bodyguards were all stunned and somewhat confused. How did this girl get in? When Victoria saw Dalen and Lucia looking at each other without moving, she immediately said to Linda's bodyguard, Take her away. The bodyguard went to pull Lucia, but she wasn't willing to leave at all. She struggled, but eventually the bodyguard pulled forcefully towards the door. Lucia's eyes never left Dalen's face, hoping he would stop it. But no, his face was expressionless. There was no trace of reluctance in his eyes. Why? Lucia was so anxious that tears were flowing down her face. Then the door closed. Lucia looked at the door, almost unable to breathe. She could not believe that Dalen would do this to her. Lucia looked at Dalen's bodyguard and asked, How did he become like this? Young madam, just go back to the mansion and wait. It might be due to the unstable emotions after his operation, the bodyguard said. Unstable? He was unstable and wanted Victoria to accompany him? He let Victoria sleep in the same room as him? When she wasn't in the mansion, John told her that Victoria stayed in the mansion for 2 nights before Dalen kicked her out. Inside the room, Dalen sat on the bed. The tears in Lucia's eyes just now were imprinted on his heart. And then he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. His hand covered the left side of his chest. Her face had been pale and full of pain. Seeing this, Victoria hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Dalen, what's wrong? Dalen looked at Victoria's nervous expression. He could tell that she was truly worried about him. Don't worry, it's fine, he said. Why don't we call the doctor? Victoria suggested. No need. Victoria was curious as to why Dalen was clutching his chest. He had a head injury, so his chest should be fine. When Lucia walked out of the hospital, she looked as if her soul had left her body. Seeing this, Cole asked, "Lucia, did you see Dalen?" Lucia was dazed for a moment before she nodded. "Then what happened?" Cole asked. Lucia looked at Cole. Without a word, tears rolled down her cheeks. What was going on? What happened?" Cole asked again. "I'd rather not talk about it," Lucia said hoarsely. "What do you mean? Could it be that the situation worsened?" "It's horrible. After his brain operation, I'm sure that something went wrong. He was so cold to me and so gentle to Victoria, and even allows Victoria to watch over him every day, living in the same room with him," Lucia said in both excitement and anger. Cole was stunned. "It can't be. Could you be mistaken?" "No, it's true. I was wondering what went wrong. Dalen shouldn't have treated me like this. He kept me safe when the car fell off the cliff. How can he treat me like this in the blink of an eye?" Lucia didn't want to accept it. Since Dalen had entered surgery, she had been worried to the point that she couldn't fall asleep. When Dalen had finished the operation, she thought every day that he would wake up soon. Now that Dalen was awake, she wanted to see him every day. And the result? He told her to get out. She couldn't accept this. "Now I finally know why he didn't call me when he woke up. He loves Victoria now. He even went as far as to be fierce towards me." The more Lucia said, the more upset she felt. The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt. "Lucia, I don't believe you. In the past, Dalen threatened me in search of you." Cole stopped midway through his sentence. He looked at Lucia with a slightly guilty expression because he hadn't told Lucia about his betrayal yet. Lucia, on the other hand, was still immersed in her grief and did not realize that there was something wrong with Cole's words. Cole didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Back then, Dalen went to find him because he wanted to know where Lucia was. It was a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. "Did someone threaten him?" Lucia asked as she collapsed. Cole didn't answer. "Do you think anyone can threaten him?" Lucia asked again. Cole felt muddle-headed. "What do we do now?" Lucia remained silent. She didn't know what to do. "Tell me, if Victoria has been staying here, would it be possible for her to have an affair with Dalen?" Lucia asked. Cole knew what she was worried about. "Do you think that Lucia said. Cole immediately rejected her idea. "What are you thinking? Dalen is currently recovering. How could they do anything?" "You mean that once he recovers, something will happen between him and Victoria?" Lucia asked sadly. Of course not." "Do you think that Victoria is better than me? Victoria is gentle and has known Dalen for a long time. She's known him since childhood, so they're pretty much childhood sweethearts. What do I count as?" Lucia cried. "If Dalen really likes Victoria, what was the point of marrying you?" Cole asked. "People still have regrets after they get married," Lucia whimpered. "It's not good to have regrets. He has to take responsibility for you." "How has Dalen been responsible? He can only be controlling." Lucia turned around and looked at Dalen's window. The lights were still on. What were Dalen and Victoria doing? No, she couldn't think about it. Dalen must have had his own reasons to keep Victoria there. She had to believe that. Finally, Lucia returned to the mansion. As soon as she entered, John came up and asked, "When will Mr. Patrick be discharged from the hospital? We want to be prepared." "There are still 3 or 4 days left," Lucia said. "All right then." John then asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I ask the kitchen to get you something to eat?" "No need. I can't eat anything," Lucia said as she went upstairs. John walked over to Edward and asked, "Does it seem like she's in a bad mood?" "It looks like it. Logically speaking, she should be very happy that Mr. Patrick is coming back, right?" Edward looked at him. "What do you know?" "Haven't you heard that thinking about a person can lead to one not thinking about food or tea?" John asked. Edward ignored him and turned away. "Am I wrong?" John muttered, unconvinced. Lucia returned to her room and slumped onto the bed. Her eyes were fixed on the ceiling above her. She just couldn't believe that Dalen would treat her so coldly. But how could she explain the indifference in his eyes and attitude? She chose to believe that Dalen had his reasons. But how could she calm herself down? Victoria's joyous face was stabbing at her heart. Dalen had saved her life, and during his examination, he let her kiss him. Could it be that all of that was fake? Lucia thought in despair. The next day, Linda entered the hospital. She saw Victoria, who was sleeping beside Dalen's bed, and she immediately felt gratified in her heart. She knew that Victoria had been coming over every day for the past few days. "Why are you here so early?" Linda asked. "I stayed here last night," Victoria said in embarrassment. Linda was surprised for a moment. Then she smiled. "That's good. It's quite tiring going back and forth. You should stay here until Dalen is discharged from the hospital." "No need to live here," Dalen said. Victoria immediately said, "But Dalen, I want to stay here. It would be more uncomfortable for me to sleep at home." "Fine, it's up to you." Dalen did not refuse. "Good. I can be at ease with her here," Linda said. After leaving the ward, Victoria told Linda, "Lucia came last night." "What?" Linda's expression immediately changed. "What was she doing here? Who let her in? Are these bodyguards useless?" "Linda, don't be angry. Lucia was too cunning. She climbed up from the window." "Climbed up? How did she climb up?" Linda was stunned. "The balcony railing," Victoria explained. Linda could not believe Lucia's audacity. What if she fell? "Yes, I was shocked at that time. She hadn't seen Dalen for a long time, so she was anxious," Victoria said. "It's really not sane at all. I've never seen a girl climbing up a building before." Linda was completely baffled by Lucia. "Why don't we have Lucia come see Dalen on that day?" Victoria asked. "What would you do if I let her come? I can't let her stay with Dalen," Linda argued. Victoria remained silent. She knew that Linda did not like Lucia, so she knew that Linda would say no, but she just wanted to seem generous and considerate. "Did Dalen say anything to Lucia? Or to you?" Linda asked. Victoria laughed. "If he did, I wouldn't be here." It was strange. Dalen was very cold and detached towards Lucia, not even having the slightest intention of protecting her. It made Lucia very sad. Linda found it strange. This wasn't the usual attitude of her son. Linda thought of something and smiled. After such a dangerous thing, Dalen must have finally thought through his marriage. Lucia had caused him to be like this, and after waking up, he decided that it would be not a good thing for him to be with Lucia in the future. "Anyway, I feel that Dalen treats me very well, and I'm already very satisfied," Victoria said shyly. "Satisfied just like that? You don't want to marry him?" Linda asked with a smile. I'm willing, but..." Victoria blushed. "Don't worry about Lucia. I already said from the beginning that Dalen and Lucia won't grow old together." After Axel left the company, he thought about the matter that Lucia asked of him. It was dark outside, but he drove to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital and entered Dalen's room, he saw Victoria, who was also there. He was somewhat surprised that she was still here. Then he looked at the expressionless Dalen and asked, "Hey, Dalen, how do you feel?" "I'm fine," Dalen said. "That's good. Axel said. Then he asked Victoria, "Are you still not going back?" "I'm staying here," Victoria said. Axel was surprised, especially when Dalen's expression also seemed to agree. Axel's expression slightly changed. He then asked Victoria, "Did you inform Robert and Catherine that you're staying here? If not, then just give them a call." Victoria understood Axel's meaning, so she said, "Okay, I'll go and make a call now." Then she went out and closed the door. Of course, Dalen could also tell that Axel had something to say, but he did not ask. "Dalen, did you call Lucia?" Axel asked. "She came." Dalen thought about the girl who climbed up the building that day. He knew that she was his wife, but had he actually married her? Axel continued talking to Dalen about Lucia. "Oh, I didn't know she had already come. A few days ago, she asked me to talk to you and tell you to give her a call. She said you didn't call her when you woke up. She was worried about you," Axel said. Dalen's deep eyes stared at Axel as he asked, "So, when I was unconscious, you guys became close?" "Dalen, don't misunderstand. Lucia came to find me because she had no other choice. Besides, Lucia and I have always been friends. You know the truth, so I have no other intentions," Axel explained. Dalen lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything, but Axel could tell the change in his expression. It was as if there were no longer any traces of the past when Lucia was mentioned. Was it because his body was still recovering? Axel looked at the time and said, "It's getting late, so I'll go back. Dalen, you should rest early too." "Yes." Axel stood up, but stopped when he reached the door. He turned around, looked at Dalen and asked, "Dalen, do you still remember that bodyguard of yours? What's his name? I forgot. I think his last name is Jones." Dalen's eyes slightly moved. He raised his head and looked at Axel's waiting face. It was as if he was searching his memories for the bodyguard's name. Dalen's thin lips slightly parted. "Spencer Jones." "Ah, yes, that's the name. I bet that he should be waking up soon," Axel said. With that, he turned around, a smile on his face, opened the door, and left. Dalen's expression was dark. He knew that Axel was just testing him, which meant that Axel was suspicious. How could Axel tell? Jeff also saw through him immediately. Their common trait was that they both mentioned Lucia. What was the problem? After Axel walked out, Victoria, who was outside, followed him to the end of the corridor. It looked like she wanted to send Axel off. However, she had something to say to him. "Axel, what did Dalen say that I can't listen to? You want to kick me out?" "It's nothing. I was just mentioning Lucia. I was just worried that you might feel uncomfortable," Axel explained. "I would definitely feel uncomfortable. Also, it's better for you to not mention Lucia in front of Dalen." "Why not?" "Because it seems that Dalen prefers me now. You have seen the evidence. I'm staying with Dalen every single day, and this is my chance. Axel, you cannot stop me," Victoria said. "Really? Dalen didn't ask for Lucia and instead allowed you to stay here?" Axel asked with doubt in his heart. It could be that Dalen has a grudge against Lucia because of how she made him get injured. "You think it's resentment?" "That's right. Think about it. Because of Lucia, Dalen almost died," Victoria said. Axel wondered if that could be true. Or could it be that before Dalen was injured, there was some friction between the two of them? Other than this explanation, what else was there? Even if Dalen was angry at Lucia, why would he keep Victoria by his side? This was something that had never happened before. "Axel, isn't this good? If I'm with Dalen, you have the chance to be with Lucia. I think this is exactly what we want, isn't it?" Victoria asked. "If Dalen truly wants to be with you and treats you well, I will support you," Axel said. Victoria grinned. "Well, I feel so happy now. Really. Axel smiled. That's good. By the way, when does Dalen leave the hospital? Why? Do you want to help bring Dalen home? Victoria asked. I just want to update Lucia. I promised her I would, Axel replied. Then Victoria made calculations in her head. When she looked up again, she said, The day after tomorrow. Axel left the hospital, got in the car, and called Lucia. When the call connected, Lucia's voice sounded. Axel! You went to see Dalen? Axel asked. Yes. Then why did you want me to come? And why are you not here? Lucia was silent for a moment before she said, Since you know about it, that means that you've been to the hospital, and you must have also seen Victoria, right? Yes, she is here. So I wonder, why not you? Axel asked. Hearing Axel's question, Lucia's heart felt sour, as if it was soaking in acid. I don't know either. He was very cold to me, as if he was a completely different person. Did you have a fight before the accident? Axel asked. No, everything was fine. I was thinking, could it be that Dalen's personality changed after his operation? Did he regret saving me? Does he think it's dangerous to be with me? Lucia mused. This was the only possibility that she could think of. Perhaps what everyone cared about the most was their own lives. However, when she thought of this, Lucia felt despair. She was at a loss as to what to do. Dalen had caught her by surprise. Axel took a deep breath. I'm not sure about that. Either he's just upset that he's in the hospital, or he can just wait until he's out of there. You shouldn't be too upset. He used to be nice to you. Lucia thought of that word, nice, and her heart began to waver. Dalen's attitude towards her was very heartless and scary when they got into the fight after her miscarriage. He was so mad that she suspected Dalen didn't have any feelings for her, so maybe all his time being nice to her was just a joke. However, when Dalen saved her life, Lucia finally realized how important she was to Dalen. But why had Dalen been so rude to her? What had she done? She couldn't think of anything. Dalen even told her to kiss him when the operation was over. Everything was fine, no problem. What went wrong? Do you know when Dalen will be discharged? Axel's voice came over, interrupting her anxious thoughts. I don't know the exact time, but it should be within the next few days, right? Lucia said. It's going to be the day after tomorrow, Axel confirmed. Thank you, Axel, or else I wouldn't even know when I would need to pick him up from the hospital. What are you thanking me for? I'm happy as long as you're happy, Axel said. Tears fell from the corners of Lucia's eyes after she hung up the phone. After waking up the next day, Lucia decided to try to go to the hospital again. She felt that Dalen's coldness was like a dream. She called Axel. Axel, can you do me a favor? She asked. What is it? Tell me. Can you lure Victoria away? I'm going to see Dalen. I can't believe that he would treat me so rudely, Lucia said. Axel immediately frowned. How do you plan to get into the room? Climbing the building again? That's the only way, Lucia said. I'll take you in, Axel offered. No need. Axel, I know you're worried about me, but I've done it twice already, and I'm fine. Axel was shocked, then immediately became displeased. Have you ever thought about falling? It's all right. I have experience in this area. Lucia would never let Axel talk her out of this. Lucia didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, but she had to do this. No, I can't let you do something so dangerous, Axel disagreed. Axel, I'm begging you, I promise you. This is my last time, okay? Do you want me to regret everything? I thought you were going to help me, so that's why I called you, Lucia begged him. In the end, Axel was helpless and had to agree to Lucia's request. After agreeing, he felt especially regretful. When Axel arrived at the hospital, he called Victoria to ask her to come out. Victoria got into Axel's car and asked, Axel, what's wrong? You haven't come home for a few days, Axel said. Victoria was a little embarrassed. It's been a few days. Come back with me for lunch, then I'll bring you back, Axel offered. Victoria couldn't think of an excuse and agreed. Just when Axel's car left, Lucia and Cole appeared. Cole pulled Lucia's hand. Is there anything I could say to stop you? No, there's not, Lucia said. They went to the wall and Lucia climbed up with Cole's help. It took her a lot of effort to reach Dalen's floor. Lucia grabbed the railing with both of her hands and looked at Dalen, who was lying on the bed. Dalen was shocked when he saw the figure. He recognized her immediately. He didn't say anything, but Lucia didn't give up. While Dalen was watching her, Lucia suddenly fell backward off the balcony. Dalen's heart suddenly lurched. He threw off the blanket and jumped out of bed. He opened the door and rushed to the railing. He looked over the side and saw Lucia smiling up at him from the railing. Did I trick you? You still care about me, right? Lucia asked. Dalen's face was tense. There was still some lingering pain in his heart. He didn't know what was going on. It was as if he didn't know why he had rushed to help her. Dalen looked at Lucia's proud face and her outstretched hand. Her fair hands were so soft. He looked at her but did not stretch out his hand. Dalen, why don't you give me a hand? Do you really want me to fall off? Lucia pouted at him. Dalen thought to himself, she is my wife after all. I should help her. So he stretched out his hand and pulled Lucia to a safe place on the balcony. Lucia looked up at him and asked, Dalen, are you feeling better? Dalen turned around and re-entered the room without saying a word. Lucia blinked and followed him in. Wow, Dalen, it's so warm in here, Lucia said. Seeing that Dalen was about to pour some water, Lucia immediately went up to Dalen and said, I'll do it myself. This is for me, Dalen said, making Lucia feel awkward. Then I'll help you pour it. Lucia poured the water in embarrassment. Then she handed it over to Dalen. Dalen glanced at her, took it, and drank. Dalen, are you angry that I left you during the examination that day? I'm sorry, it's my fault. Lucia apologized, trying to discern why Dalen was mad. She didn't want to blame Linda, though. To Lucia, Linda was her family. They were one family, so she couldn't let this conflict escalate. This was probably the reason why Dalen was so angry. Dalen turned around and looked at her. So what's the use of you coming here now? Lucia was stunned. Isn't that why you're mad at me? Lucia asked coquettishly, looking at Dalen with her deer-like eyes. Or maybe you want to punish me, like before? What kind of punishment do you want? Dalen asked, without batting an eyelid. I don't know. Maybe making me bathe with you, or kissing you when you're angry, or doing that thing with you until you're satisfied. Lucia's face turned completely red as she spoke. Dalen's hand trembled, and the cup fell from his hand. It crashed onto the ground and shattered into pieces. Lucia was taken aback as she stared blankly at the fragments on the ground. Mr. Patrick! The bodyguard who heard the commotion pushed the door open and immediately closed the door when he saw the person inside. It made it so that Linda's people behind him couldn't see her clearly. What happened? Linda's men asked from the other side of the door. It's nothing. Mr. Patrick is busy. We don't need to disturb him. Lucia had thought that she would be dragged out. Fortunately, she wasn't. But what about Dalen? Why did he look so dazed? Dalen, are you all right? Lucia asked. Dalen turned his face away. I'm fine. You're still angry at me? Didn't you say before that you wouldn't be angry if I accepted any punishment? Lucia pouted and said. Dalen did not say a word. The room was silent and depressing. How credible were Lucia's words? Dalen didn't believe that he would do such a thing. It definitely wasn't him. Lucia was lying. Just as Jeff spoke, Dalen must have had no other choice but to marry Lucia. Only then would he have done such a thing. However, Lucia did not realize that he had lost his memories, so he was extremely wary. He analyzed what everyone said to him. Lucia looked at Dalen in silence. Just what was going on with him? If she had said something like that before, Dalen would have jumped on her immediately. Of course, she wasn't in a hurry for Dalen to get back to his old self. It was just that his reaction was so abnormal. She looked at the broken pieces of glass on the floor. Lucia was afraid that they would hurt Dalen, so she squatted down to pick up the fragments. However, she had never done such a thing before, and a fragment cut her hand. "Ah!" Lucia exclaimed. Blood started to flow out from her palm. Dalen's expression changed when he saw the blood. He pulled Lucia up and growled, "What are you doing?" Lucia was pulled towards Dalen's chest, and she looked at Dalen's intense reaction in shock. Dalen. The reaction was all too familiar to her. However, Lucia did not know that this was just an instinctive reaction of Dalen's body. Dalen realized what he was doing and immediately pushed Lucia away. Lucia took a few steps back. Dalen felt like his head was splitting apart and that something was wrong with his heart. His breathing was especially heavy. He seemed to be on the verge of losing his breath. "Dalen, what happened to you?" Lucia asked worriedly as she saw the pain on Dalen's face. Dalen had his eyes closed and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was enduring all kinds of pain. "Get out," he whispered. "Dalen." Lucia stepped forward and held his arm. "Get out." Dalen pushed Lucia away again in annoyance. Lucia almost fell down. She staggered for a few steps before regaining her balance. Linda's bodyguards rushed in at the noise and saw Lucia inside. "Mr. Patrick." "I don't want to see her again." Dalen's meaning was very clear. Without any hesitation, the bodyguard went up to Lucia and pulled her out. Lucia stared at Dalen in a daze. "Dalen!" Lucia called to him through the door. "Young mistress, this is the hospital. Mr. Patrick needs to rest. Please go home," Linda's bodyguard said in an unfriendly manner. Lucia glared at the bodyguards coldly. They did not dare to look at her, so they lowered their heads. No matter what Linda said, the person in front of them was Dalen's wife. Although they listened to Linda's orders, they couldn't really do anything to harm Lucia. Their job was to keep her out of Dalen's room. Lucia's phone rang, so she snapped back to reality and pulled it out. Cole was calling. She walked away and picked up the phone. "What?" "Your mother-in-law is here," Cole yelled. "What?" Lucia was stunned. Why was Linda here? "If you go through the main entrance, you will definitely run into her. You should find a place to hide," Cole suggested. Lucia hung up the phone and looked for a place to hide. She saw a door cracked open and slipped inside a room. After hiding, she closed the door and heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and saw Spencer, who was unconscious on the bed. The nurse in the room looked at the intruder in surprise. I'm here to see the patient," Lucia explained. Then she walked over to Spencer's bed and said, "Spencer, did you guide me here or something? When are you going to wake up? I'm so miserable now. Dalen treats me coldly, as if he had become a different person. Aren't you his bodyguard? There must be something I don't know, right?" Spencer was obviously unable to respond to her. "You know that Cole came to see you, right? He said he's going to be your boyfriend when you wake up." After Lucia finished, she thought she could wake Spencer up. But after staring at him for a long time, she didn't see Spencer move at all. Lucia estimated that it was about time to leave. Before leaving, she said to the nurse, Please take good care of him." "I will," the nurse promised. "Thank you." Lucia looked at Spencer with a bit of discomfort in her heart, hoping that he would wake up soon. She left the hospital and had to avoid Dalen's room. To her, this was incomparably sorrowful. Cole looked at Lucia when she came out and said, "Why do you always look so sad nowadays? Aren't you happy to see me?" "Dalen is still angry with me," Lucia said blankly. "What is he angry about?" Cole asked. "I don't know exactly. It must be because I wasn't there when he went into surgery. But it wasn't even my fault. I was stopped by Linda. She chased me out of the hospital, so he didn't see me. That must be why he got angry." Cole could not believe it. "Seriously?" "I don't know, but that's what Dalen said. He said, 'What's the use of you coming to see me now?'" Lucia thought back to that horrible conversation. "Is it because he hasn't seen you since, and he only wants Victoria to accompany him?" Cole asked again in disbelief. "I have a feeling that something is wrong, but I don't know what it is," Lucia said dejectedly. "I can't believe it. You've been trying so hard to climb up there, yet you haven't made any progress at all," Cole sighed. "Never mind. I'll come and pick him up when he leaves the hospital and we can go from there." Lucia sighed. Lucia was not angry with Dalen. She was just very tired. Dalen still had his instinct to protect her, so he still cared about her. Not much later, Axel called. "Did you go?" Lucia knew what Axel meant. "I'm already back at the company." Victoria was heading back to the hospital. Axel was afraid that the two of them would run into each other. "How could you be so fast?" Axel asked. "Well, Dalen was a bit uncomfortable, so I left the room," Lucia said hesitantly. "Is he okay?" Axel asked. "He's fine. It's fine now." "That's good." Lucia hung up and collapsed on the sofa and stared blankly at the ceiling above her. Back at Robert's house, Axel was thinking about the conversation between him and Lucia. She said that her and Dalen's meeting was short, and she didn't sound as if she were in high spirits. Dalen had been uncomfortable, but Lucia didn't stay by his side and left. Robert walked over and asked, "You called Lucia?" Axel was surprised. "How did you know?" "From your tone of voice, who else could it be?" Robert's expression was tense. Obviously, he didn't like that his son and Lucia were so close. It might ruin everything. "Dalen has woken up, and he will be discharged soon. It will only take a few days for him to return to business as usual. If you get too close to Lucia, Dalen will retaliate. When the time comes, have you thought about the consequences for yourself?" Robert asked. Axel's face was calm, and he didn't say anything in response to Robert's question. "Victoria has been accompanying Dalen recently. It would be better if you put your hopes on Victoria. Don't get too close to Lucia, lest it backfires," Robert said. "I keep having the feeling that something is wrong with Dalen," Axel said. "What do you mean?" Robert asked. "His attitude towards Lucia. In the past, his possessiveness of Lucia was so overbearing. Why is he so cold to her after the operation? I thought that when he woke up, he would want Lucia, not Victoria. Isn't that all because of Linda?" "Well, Linda could control who visited the unconscious Dalen, but not the clear-headed Dalen," Axel said. "What do you mean?" Axel looked into the distance and said, "Dalen is not an ordinary person after all." Robert didn't quite understand what he meant, and Axel didn't continue speaking. Seeing Victoria walking over from afar, he only said, "I'll take Victoria back to the hospital." With that, he left. 2 days later, Lucia went to the company as usual. She hadn't gone to the hospital for the past 2 days. She had been good and waited patiently for 2 days. Meanwhile, Dalen walked out of the hospital wearing a black suit and a black windbreaker. His presence was still as strong as ever, deep and terrifying. Just as he was about to get in the car, Dalen stopped. He looked around as if he was looking for someone. However, there was only the black mass of bodyguards, as well as Linda and Victoria. Victoria asked, "Dalen, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Dalen retracted his gaze and got into the car. The servants in the mansion were dumbfounded when they saw Dalen return. As the supervisor, Edward was obviously stunned. He walked up to Dalen. "Mr. Patrick, you're back." Dalen looked at Edward for a long time, and it was quite awkward. However, Dalen quickly retracted his gaze and looked away. Edward thought he must have been imagining something. "Dalen, it's better to be home, isn't it?" Victoria asked kindly. Linda asked the servant, "Have you prepared all the food?" Edward lowered his head. "I'll go and tell the kitchen now." "What? Didn't you know that Dalen was returning today?" Linda's expression was solemn. Edward looked behind him, and John immediately ran into the kitchen. Victoria said to Dalen, "Dalen, shall I help you back to your room to rest?" Dalen nodded, so Victoria and Dalen went upstairs while Linda stayed downstairs. "Where's Lucia?" she asked Edward. "The young madam went to the company. It seems that the company is more important to her. Her husband was discharged from the hospital, and she acts as if nothing had happened," Linda scoffed. After returning to his quarters, Dalen went into his bedroom. Along the way, Dalen was unfamiliar with everyone who crossed his path. He didn't even remember the way to his room, and if it wasn't for Victoria, he wouldn't have made it back to his room without causing suspicion. Dalen stood in the bedroom, took off his trench coat, and threw it aside. This room was empty, but the sweet scent of a girl seemed to permeate the air. Dalen's gaze fell on the bed, where the sheets were messed up and pulled back. Who had slept here? Wasn't this his bedroom? Then it hit him. Lucia and him were husband and wife, so she was probably sleeping here. Dalen's gaze suddenly stopped. It landed on the wall above the bed. There were 2 pieces of paper stuck there. He stepped forward. After clearly seeing the contents, his black eyes were fixed. It was as if he did not believe that someone would do such an overbearing and abnormal thing like making a contract. And in the lower right corner, there were also the signatures that he and Lucia had written. Was this really his signature? Dalen looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't remember anything. Victoria, of course, had also seen the contents of the agreement. The jealousy in her heart almost made her faint. She had never been to Dalen's room, let alone his bedroom. She didn't expect Dalen and Lucia's bedroom to be like this. The 2 pieces of paper were filled with the greed for love. Whose idea was this? Dalen's? Lucia's? Actually, one glance was enough to tell that these were made by Dalen. Victoria hated imagining Dalen and Lucia together in this bed. Victoria felt so jealous of Lucia that she almost couldn't take it anymore. She was going crazy. She had never been loved by Dalen. Not even a look. "Dalen!" Victoria cried out before fainting. Dalen turned around and immediately caught her. "Victoria?" But Victoria had already fainted. Dalen carried her to the bed and laid her down. Then he turned around and called for someone. Not long after, the doctor arrived and went to the room to treat Victoria. Seeing the situation, John pulled Edward back. "What is the situation? Why did Mr. Patrick return? And why is Victoria staying in Mr. and Mrs. Patrick's room?" Edward sighed deeply and said, "I wonder if Lucia would be happy knowing Mr. Patrick has returned. Why isn't she here?" "I'm going to call her. How did she get the timing wrong?" John groaned. Lucia was still wandering around the company when she received a call from John. "What did you say? Dalen is back? Wasn't it tomorrow?" Lucia asked. "Mistress, you must have gotten the time wrong. Mr. Patrick has already returned to the mansion," John said eagerly. "I'm coming now." Lucia hung up the phone and ran into the office. The other employees thought something big had happened. Lucia rushed into the office to get her bag. Cole asked, "What's the matter?" "Dalen is home." "What? Isn't that tomorrow?" "I don't know. John just called to say that Dalen has come home." "Then you have to go back quickly," Cole urged. "Yes." Lucia rushed to the mansion, and as soon as she entered the hall, she asked John, "Where's Dalen?" He responded, "In the bedroom." Lucia was about to run to her room. However, she was stopped by John. Lucia looked at his hesitant expression and asked, "What are you doing?" "That, young madame, if you have something to say, just say it. I have to go see Dalen," Lucia said anxiously. John took a deep breath. "I want to tell you, Victoria is also in your room." Lucia was stunned for a few seconds. She didn't say anything else, but broke away from John and ran into the room. When she arrived, she saw Victoria lying on her and Dalen's bed. Dalen sat on the edge of the bed and watched Victoria. Dalen turned around and looked at her. His face was expressionless. He didn't even have an expression to hide. It made Lucia feel both distraught and angry. Pointing at Victoria, she yelled at him, "Are you kidding me? Not only did you bring her here, you even let her sleep in my bed? Dalen, is there something wrong with you?" Dalen received the message that he had brought Victoria to the mansion more than once. So he must have had a close relationship with Victoria. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her here. "Is it important?" Dalen asked. Lucia could not believe what Dalen said. That questioning, that indifference, that coldness, all caused Lucia's mind to break down. "Not important? Then what do you think is important?" Lucia asked. "Dalen, don't tell me you just found out that Victoria is more important to you than I am." Dalen's eyes slightly narrowed, with a deep look. He didn't say anything. "Is this really what you want from me? Dalen, what on earth is wrong with you?" Lucia cried as she asked. What had she done wrong? Why did Dalen treat Victoria so well? "Can't you understand that she's sick?" Dalen asked coldly. "How can you understand such a thing? If Axel wasn't feeling well, would I let him sleep on this bed?" Lucia asked. "I don't know. It's up to you." When Dalen said these words, his heart started beating abnormally, but it quickly returned to normal. Lucia looked at Dalen in disbelief and asked, "What did you just say?" Lucia really couldn't recognize Dalen. There was a time when she couldn't even come into contact with the opposite sex, or else he would appear, get angry, and press her down on the bed, making her unable to get up. But what did he say now? "It's up to you." "I don't think I need to say it a second time," Dalen said coldly. Lucia stood there frozen. Dalen didn't even look at her. Yes, he didn't need to repeat himself. Lucia had already heard it clearly. But she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't believe her ears. Was the person in front of her still the Dalen she knew? Was he still the same Dalen who threw her out of the car to save her life? Why did this happen? The room was so quiet. Victoria lay on the bed, feeling happy in her heart, but she didn't show it. Pretending to be innocent, she said to Dalen, "Dalen, I think it's best if I leave. This is your bed with Lucia. I can't sleep here." She was about to get up from the bed, but Dalen stopped her directly. "No need. We'll talk about it after you've recovered." Victoria then looked at Lucia, whose face had paled. In the past, it was always Victoria who had been rejected, but now it was Lucia's turn. "Lucia, you don't mind, do you? When I get better, I won't be in this room," Victoria said, sour sweetness in her voice. Lucia could clearly see the pride hidden in Victoria's eyes. The more Victoria said, the angrier Lucia became. She grabbed Victoria's arm and was about to pull her out of the bed. "Get the hell out of here!" "Ah!" Victoria cried out in fright, but it was especially exaggerated. Dalen's expression changed, and he forcefully pushed Lucia away. Dalen was stunned as he stared at Lucia, who fell to the ground. When Lucia lifted her eyes, the pain within them made his heart tremble. He didn't like the feeling, so he turned his face away from her. Lucia slowly got up from the ground while holding back her tears. She looked at Dalen and asked, "If this is the case, then why did you ask me to come back? Why did you save my life? Dalen, you want me to see you clearly, but I can't. What do you want? Aren't you changing your mind too fast? Or are you really regretting everything that's happened between us? Did you just realize that the person you want is Victoria, and you're going to tell me now?" Dalen looked at her with his sharp eyes. "Do I really need to explain it to you?" Instinctively, he did not want to explain. Perhaps he didn't even know how to explain it. "But we're husband and wife. If you don't explain it to me, who are you going to explain it to?" Lucia asked angrily. Then she took a step back and said, "Dalen, if you make Victoria leave now, I will let bygones be bygones and we can move forward." Dalen growled, "I said we'll wait for her to recover." Lucia's face turned red from anger. She shouted, "Dalen!" At that moment, Linda walked into the room. "What are you arguing about?" After looking around, her gaze finally landed on Lucia. "I heard you screaming from down the hall. What is this all about? Don't you know that Dalen just left the hospital today? Can't you behave properly?" Lucia looked at her and asked, "What have I done wrong?" Linda scoffed. "Everything. I heard that the last time you climbed into Dalen's room, you caused Dalen a headache. Now are you going to give Dalen another headache? As a wife, you should be gentle and considerate." Lucia's heart was in so much pain and her tears flowed down her cheeks. She couldn't argue. She never thought that she would marry Dalen. She had never thought that marrying Dalen would be so painful. Lucia looked at Dalen with sadness and innocence in her eyes, but no one helped her. She seemed to be fighting alone while Dalen watched coldly from the sidelines. Lucia lowered her gaze weakly, turned around, and walked out of the room. Lucia's tears could not be stopped no matter how hard she tried. Edward and John, who were walking over, were stunned when they saw this scene. John stepped forward. "Young madame, what's happened?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Edward's warning gaze. He shouldn't be asking personal questions, but he was really concerned about the young mistress. Lucia didn't say anything and headed for the stairs. Did I say something wrong?" John asked Edward. "What do you think? Victoria is inside. She must be sleeping on the bed," Edward said. "It can't be. What's going on with Mr. Patrick? How could he? Wasn't the young mistress extremely upset when she saw this? This is so infuriating." John was furious. "Lower your voice. It is not for us to be angry about. No matter how strange Mr. Patrick acts, we can't do anything about it," Edward whispered. John looked at Edward and said unhappily, "How can you be so calm after such a serious incident? And the young mistress is so kind to us." Edward looked at John and said helplessly, "This is our job." Lucia went downstairs, but didn't go anywhere. She was lost in thought as she sat on the sofa in the living room. She was thinking about what went wrong between her and Dalen. The events that happened before Linda had driven her out of the hospital flashed through her mind once more. Now that she thought about it, all she could feel was her throbbing heart. Dalen had pushed her out of the car, and Dalen's kiss seemed to be engraved in his heart. What had happened to his brain after the operation? Why was he so obsessed with Victoria? Lucia couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, her eyes were drawn to an approaching figure. Linda sat down opposite her. Looking at Lucia's expression, she asked, "Are you going to leave home in anger again? In time, perhaps Dalen will come to find you again. That way you can achieve your goal." Lucia wasn't angry. Instead, she asked calmly, "Why do you dislike me so much? I even saved your life." Lucia felt that she could no longer be angry. Nothing angered her more than Dalen's attitude. "You mean when you stole my wallet?" Linda asked. Lucia lowered her gaze slightly and did not say a word. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for your saving grace, Dalen wouldn't have married you. Nor would Dalen have ruined his life's happiness. Nor would he have been injured repeatedly. Now that he has seen clearly and feels that he has returned the favor to you, he does not need you, Linda said. What are you saying? Lucia was stunned. When the car fell off the cliff, it was Dalen who pushed you out of the car in the nick of time, right? If he hadn't done that, you would be dead now, like the driver. Therefore, the debt that our family owes you has been repaid. Dalen has always wanted to be together with Victoria. You have nothing to worry about. Lucia's heart surged. It was like acid boiling her alive. It burned everywhere. Did Dalen really think that? Had he always been repaying the debt of gratitude because she saved his mother? Was that right? It must be. However, Lucia would rather believe her own feelings. She looked up at Linda and said, I don't believe it. The reason why you're saying that is because you want to drive me away so that you can get Dalen and Victoria together. Linda's expression changed slightly, and Lucia continued on. I won't leave. As long as I am Dalen's wife, I won't leave. I will stay here forever, Lucia said firmly. Don't worry. Dalen will divorce you soon. You're only embarrassing yourself by staying here. After Linda finished speaking, she no longer looked at Lucia. She stood up and left the hall. Lucia continued to sit there. She wasn't a person without a backbone or a sense of self-esteem. She just wanted to know why Dalen became like this. If Dalen was really like Linda had said, then he and she would be done for good. What should she do? During lunchtime, Lucia watched as a servant carried the food upstairs. She thought, Victoria must be very pleased with herself now. John walked over and said carefully, Young madame, it's time to eat. But Lucia had no appetite at all. She felt as if all her organs had gathered in her stomach and tied themselves in a knot. But if she didn't eat it, wouldn't she be making life difficult for herself? John thought that Lucia wouldn't be in the mood to eat, so he was surprised when Lucia headed towards the dining room. With so many delicacies in front of her, Lucia tried something from almost every plate. She ate more than usual, and seeing this, John felt a sense of relief. After dinner, Lucia went back to the bedroom. She needed courage before she entered the room again. She was flustered and scared because she was afraid she would see something horrible. Finally, she mustered the courage to enter the room. In the bedroom, Victoria was lying on the bed, leaning against the headboard. Dalen sat near her on the edge of the bed. It was as if the one who had just been discharged from the hospital was Victoria and not Dalen. Lucia ignored their stares as she took off her coat and kicked off her shoes. Then she laid down on the other side of the bed. Victoria looked at Lucia in surprise. Dalen's eyebrows twitched and his eyes became strangely calm. What are you doing? He asked. Lucia closed her eyes and said, Can't you tell? I'm taking an afternoon nap. Go to the other room and sleep, Dalen ordered. Why should I sleep in the other room? I've been sleeping in this room, this bed, since the day I married you. This is my bed, okay? Lucia said resolutely. Was it embarrassing? Of course it was. But she had to use this method to get back at them. She wouldn't let Victoria succeed. Dalen stood up without a word and walked towards the other side. Lucia opened her eyes as she felt him approaching her. The next second, Dalen grabbed her wrist. Ah! What are you doing? I want to sleep. Lucia struggled but could not keep Dalen in check. Dalen carried her out of the room. Dalen, you're going too far. That's my bed. Lucia was furious. She didn't even have shoes on her feet, and the tiles made her feet cold. Yours? Dalen looked down at her coldly, as if he didn't agree with her tone. Well, aren't we husband and wife? Don't we share things? Lucia asked reasonably. Stop it, now, Dalen said. What did you say? Dalen's eyes were sharp. "Don't make me say it a second time." "I can't believe you," Lucia yelled. "Stop messing around. If you want to sleep, go find a different room." After Dalen said that, he turned around and walked back into the room. Just as the door was about to slam shut, Lucia ran in and held Dalen. Her sad eyes looked at Dalen with desperation. "Dalen, are you really going to treat me like this? Have you forgotten what you once told me?" "My memory isn't good. What did I say?" Dalen asked. Lucia was so angry that she asked, "Why are you doing this to me?" Dalen was trying to probe Lucia to fill in gaps in his memory, but to Lucia, his question was a form of disregard, sarcasm, and mockery. Dalen tried to retract his hand, but Lucia held it tightly again and said, "Dalen, you just got discharged from the hospital. You need to rest. Can I take you to a quiet room?" She didn't want Dalen to sleep in the same bed as Victoria. She wouldn't be able to stand it. Dalen stared at the tears in Lucia's eyes. Victoria's voice came from the bedroom. "Dalen, are you there? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable." Dalen came back to his senses and pushed Lucia away from him, blocking her from the door once again. Before Lucia could react, the door closed. Lucia stood there barefooted, staring blankly at the door in front of her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why did Dalen have to do this to her? What had she done wrong? Did he really give his heart to Victoria? Or was Lucia nothing to him from the beginning? "Young madame, here are some shoes." John took the slippers and placed them at her feet. Her small feet were already red from the cold. Lucia lowered her head and stared at the slippers. It took her a few seconds to process everything before she put her foot into the slipper. She whispered, "Thank you." "No need to thank me, young madame. This is my duty," John replied. Lucia's gaze wavered slightly. If the mistress here changed to Victoria, then that wouldn't be his job anymore. "Is the room I used to stay in still set up?" Lucia asked. "Yes, it's still here," John answered. Lucia said nothing else and walked towards the room. "Young madame," John looked at her in distress. "I'm fine." Lucia walked into the room without looking back. After entering, she sat on the edge of the bed. She knew she could not compromise. Dalen was her husband. How could she compromise? She just wanted to know why Dalen was treating her like this. Wasn't she supposed to be the one taking care of him? Shouldn't she have gone to pick him up today? Lucia didn't understand why Axel said the day after tomorrow to her. However, she didn't believe that Axel would lie to her. Lucia thought of something and called Axel. Axel's voice sounded, "Lucia, you're looking for me?" "No, I just wanted to tell you that Dalen is out of the hospital," Lucia said. "He's been discharged? I thought that was tomorrow." Axel was confused. "I wanted to ask you, was Victoria the one who told you when Dalen was leaving the hospital?" Lucia asked. "Yes, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I'm just asking." "Now that Dalen is back, take good care of him." "Yes, I will." After hanging up, Lucia powerlessly laid down on the bed. Even in such a big bed, she habitually slept on the right side, because Dalen slept on the other side. She started to understand what was happening. All of this was part of Victoria's scheme. She purposely told Axel the wrong time, making Lucia lose the opportunity to help Dalen. Then she went into their bedroom and slept on their bed, taking up her position as mistress of the house. But what made her even more disappointed was Dalen's attitude. How could he let Victoria achieve her goal? She didn't understand. If Dalen really felt that he had repaid the debt of gratitude and wanted to give her up, what should she do? Lucia felt that a vicious circle had been formed between her and Dalen. It was always going to be an unmanageable relationship. Lucia was staring at the curtain, lost in thought. Then the bed sank down, causing her to freeze. Thinking of something, she turned around in shock and saw Dalen, who was lying beside her with his eyes closed. Why is he here? Why was he sleeping by her side? Was he not going to stay with Victoria, or even, did he want to sleep with Lucia? Dalen's lips parted slightly. I need to rest. It seemed to be a warning to Lucia not to cause trouble. Why didn't he say that he needed to rest when he was with Victoria? However, seeing that Dalen had returned to her side, she could choose not to question it. But Lucia still voiced out her doubts. Why are you here? I thought, since we're husband and wife, then we'll sleep together, Dalen said. Dalen had no memory. Everything he did was based on his own feelings and judgment. However, he was certain that he and Lucia shared the same bed. He might have been forced to marry Lucia, but the two of them still probably slept together. Lucia didn't know what to think after hearing Dalen's words. She couldn't be truly happy. She really wanted Dalen to tell her why all of this was happening. However, thinking about how Linda said that she caused a headache for Dalen in the hospital, Lucia didn't continue asking. She just laid down again and rested her head on Dalen's shoulder. Dalen didn't put his arm around her. It was just a one-sided approach. Dalen opened his eyes and gazed at Lucia as she slept. He didn't push Lucia away, nor did he move. Was this their normal routine? After Lucia woke up, Dalen was nowhere to be seen. She was startled. It was as if she had been dreaming. This feeling of loss made her panic. She immediately got out of the bed and went to find Dalen. She found Dalen on the balcony, sitting on the sofa with Victoria. Lucia saw a gentle smile appear on Victoria's face. It was hard for Victoria to conceal her good mood. Dalen treated her so well. How could she be sick or upset? But Lucia, she felt that her heart was going to break at this very moment. When Victoria saw Lucia, her mood immediately turned sour. She knew that Dalen did not sleep in the master bedroom. Victoria thought she could get Dalen to sleep with her, causing her to feel both nervous and excited. But in the end, she was disappointed. When Lucia took in the scene, she turned around and left. Dalen looked over and saw Lucia leaving. His face couldn't help but tense up, and his eyes widened. Dalen, do you want to talk to Lucia? She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Is it because of our relationship? Victoria said in a caring tone. No need. Dalen lazily sat with his elbows on the arm of the sofa as he looked into the distance. Back in her room, Lucia heard her cell phone ring. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Cole. Lucia knew Cole was worried about her, so she answered. Hello? How is it? Isn't Dalen going to be discharged today? Cole asked. Yes, he's already back from the hospital, Lucia explained. Good. It's good that he's out of the hospital. Cole knew that Lucia probably felt uncomfortable and guilty, so he tried to comfort her. I know, Lucia said. Cole waited for a moment, but when Lucia didn't add anything, he asked, Then how is Dalen treating you? The same. Cole was disappointed. He had thought that returning to the mansion would give them a chance to ease the tension, but he didn't expect it to get even worse. How could that be? He asked. I don't know, but I want to know why he's acting like this, Lucia groaned. Then how do we investigate? Did anything happen while you were away from the hospital, or did someone say anything bad about you to Dalen after he woke up? Cole guessed. Probably. My mother-in-law hates me, and of course there's also Victoria. Lucia felt that everyone in the Patrick family saw her as an enemy. They wanted her to disappear immediately. Lucia suddenly remembered Jeff went to see Dalen too. Cole continued. Well, one of them must have said something to Dalen. They didn't like me before, so it would make sense. But there's another person. Who? Cole asked. Jeff.
The jerk?
I'll go find him now, Lucia said. Lucia hung up the phone, grabbed her bag, and left. When she passed by the balcony, she met Dalen's dark eyes. She said, I'm going out for a while. Without waiting for a response, Lucia turned around and walked away. Victoria wondered if Lucia was going to run away from home again. The best thing would be for Lucia to never come back. Then she would be the only mistress of the mansion. Maddie was still in class, furiously taking notes. Then a classmate beside her said, Maddie, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Maddie raised her head and saw Lydia standing outside the window, smiling and waving at her. She didn't understand why Lydia was looking for her. Maddie was instantly suspicious. Could she pretend not to see Lydia? But the whole class was watching her. Maddie stood up and walked out of the classroom. What do you want? Maddie asked when she found Lydia outside. I just happened to be in the neighborhood for some work. I came by your school to visit you, Lydia said, as if they were close friends. That's not necessary, Maddie thought. Then she remembered how Lydia had told her that she was engaged to Jeff, and Jeff told Maddie that Lydia was lying. Which of these two people was telling the truth? Maddie naturally chose to believe Jeff. Why don't we have a meal together? I'd love to get to know you better. In the future, I will marry Jeff, and you and I will basically be family. Maddie instantly felt dread at the thought of spending more time with Lydia. I'm still in class. I can't ditch. It's all right. I've already informed your teacher, Lydia said without missing a beat. Maddie was speechless. In the end, Maddie was pulled to the coffee shop by Lydia. Lydia looked even more enthusiastic than last time. It was as if she didn't have any ill intentions. This coffee shop also has soups and salads. I've had them before and they taste pretty good. You can try anything you want, Lydia offered. I'll just sit for a while. If I don't go back home at my normal time, Jeff will get angry. Maddie was speaking the truth. Ever since she went to school here, she had never eaten away from home without permission. This was also Jeff's rule. Then call Jeff and tell him that you and your classmate are having dinner together, Lydia told her. Why shouldn't I just tell the truth, Maddie thought, and tell him that I'm eating with you? Seeing the question on Maddie's face, Lydia smiled and said, I'm just too embarrassed. I'll tell Jeff about it soon. While Maddie was hesitating, a figure walked over to their table. A deep voice said, It's not good to lie. Lydia and Maddie both looked up and saw Jeff hovering over them. Lydia looked nervous, and so did Maddie. Move over, Jeff said to Maddie. Maddie hurriedly slid over on the bench. The seats were all connected, so Jeff and Maddie sat close together. Jeff leaned back. His eyes coldly looked at Lydia as he said, So, what's happening here? Lydia's face stiffened for a moment before she laughed. You misunderstand. I mean no harm. I told Maddie that I was going to treat her to a meal. Do you think that I don't have any food for her to eat at home? Jeff asked. As he spoke, Lydia was so shocked that she couldn't hide her embarrassment. However, she didn't want to get into a fight with Jeff, so she said with a helpless smile, Of course, I didn't mean it like that, Jeff. I really like Maddie, so I'm just going to have a meal with her. I'll send her home after dinner. But since you're here, why don't we eat all together? Lydia was quite tactful. However, Jeff was more clever than anyone. His expression was as cold as ice. Maddie and I will eat here, but you don't need to be here. It's better if you leave, Jeff said with finality. Of course, Lydia understood Jeff's words, but she didn't expect Jeff to treat her like this. She really liked Jeff. These must be the painful feelings that come with liking someone. I understand. Then I'll leave you guys to enjoy. Lydia knew that if she stayed any longer, it would only make Jeff more upset. It would be better to leave a good impression on him and leave easily. Just as she was about to leave with her bag, Jeff spoke again. You are not allowed to mention a single word about Maddie. You should know that you will suffer if you provoke me. Lydia was stunned for a moment before she replied, Okay, don't worry. I won't mention it. With that, she left the coffee shop. Maddie watched through the window as Lydia got into a car and left. Just as she heaved a sigh of relief because she didn't need to deal with Lydia, she turned and met Jeff's sinister black eyes. Jeff, Maddie whispered in fear. You didn't listen to what I said last time? Jeff asked coldly. I did, Jeff said coldly. So why are you here? Maddie's eyes lit up. I just wanted to eat, because just now Lydia said that the food here was delicious. Jeff's face turned even more upset. So you followed her, just because she gave you something to eat? Maddie's body shrunk backwards. She was afraid that if she got too close, she would be destroyed by Jeff's terrifying attitude. She tried to defend herself in a whisper. I didn't. Then she thought of something and said, Jeff, let me treat you to a meal. Are you going to treat me to a meal? Jeff asked skeptically. That's right. I'll treat you. Where did you get your money? Maddie pursed her lips and said guiltily, You gave it to me. Jeff glanced at her, but he didn't say anything. He snapped his fingers and the waiter came over to give them the menu. Maddie took the menu and she couldn't even conceal the joy on her face. Jeff looked at her expression. She was simply adorable, and she was so happy when she only had a little bit to eat. It was completely different from other women. The other women were greedy, but Maddie was not. She was only pure. Maddie raised her head and saw Jeff staring at her. She asked cautiously, Jeff, do you think I have overdone it? Jeff shifted his gaze and hid his emotions. You can order whatever you want to. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it. Isn't that a waste? Maddie, who had been a beggar, felt it was shameful to waste money. She was afraid that if she asked again, she would lose her appetite. However, she noticed that Jeff was continuously tapping impatiently. Maddie opened her mouth several times, but she didn't say anything in the end. It might have something to do with the habits of life. After ordering, the two ate the meal. It was almost a whole tableful of delicious food. Maddie ate with her head lowered. As she ate, she thought that if she could not finish, she would give the leftovers to Agatha and the other beggars. It couldn't be wasted. At this moment, Jeff's phone rang. He looked at his cell phone and answered. What is it? The call was from his house. Mr. Holmes, Mrs. Patrick came looking for you. Let her wait. With that, he hung up. Maddie heard this and asked, Jeff, are you busy? No. I heard someone is waiting for you, right? We'll wait till you're full to head back. Maddie grinned. Jeff, you're such a nice person. You'd better not smile at me. Jeff's expression was calm. Maddie removed her smile and asked in puzzlement, Why? Do you think your teeth look good? I'm afraid that now I don't have an appetite, Jeff said. Maddie pursed her lips and giggled at Jeff. Lucia was sitting in the living room of Jeff's house when a servant came over. Miss, have you had dinner yet? Why don't you eat here? Lucia was not in the mood to eat. She had to wait for Jeff, so she said, Thank you, no need. I will eat when Jeff comes. It was getting late, though, and Lucia was pretty hungry. In the mansion, Dalen and Victoria were eating their meal in the dining room. Dalen's eyes swept across Lucia's seat and asked expressionlessly, What about her? Edward knew who Dalen was talking about and said, The young madam hasn't come back yet, Mr. Patrick. Do you want to wait? She doesn't know about dinner time. No need to wait. Dalen picked up his fork and started eating with a cold expression. Victoria looked at Dalen, who no longer said anything, and started to eat as well. Of course she was happy to see Lucia had not returned. It would be best for her to not come back all night. Jeff and Maddie finished their meal at the coffee shop and went back home. After entering the hall, Maddie was stunned when she saw Lucia, who was sitting on the sofa waiting. "Lucia, why are you here?" Maddie was surprised. Lucia stood up, looked at Jeff and said, "I came to find him." Maddie immediately thought of Jeff's phone call at dinner. She turned around and asked, "Jeff, the phone call you took at dinner, the person you made wait was Lucia, wasn't it? Why are you like this? Why didn't you say anything? I thought someone else was looking for you. But why didn't you say it was Lucia? We made her wait so long." Jeff's eyes turned sharp. "Are you trying to scold me?" Maddie was silent. Jeff continued, "Weren't you the one who kept eating for hours?" "But just now, if—" Maddie began. "Shut up!" Jeff yelled. Jeff turned to Lucia. "What's the matter?" Lucia noticed that Jeff and Maddie were arguing and was looking at them with a serious expression. Hearing Jeff's question, she quickly recovered and said, "Yes, there's something." Then she remembered why she came to find Jeff. Her expression immediately turned ugly. "Did you go to the hospital to find Dalen and say something to him?" "I've said a lot of things to a lot of people." "What do you mean?" Jeff asked, feigning ignorance. "Jeff, are you taking revenge on Dalen and me?" Lucia asked. "You know that you and Dalen have done all sorts of bad things," Jeff threatened. "I apologize for the past," Lucia said. "No need to apologize." "What do you mean?" "I didn't say anything to Dalen," Jeff said. "You didn't say anything. So why is Dalen so cold to me? Just now he was, well, right now it feels as if he has become a completely different person," Lucia cried. "Then, do you think that someone else said something to Dalen that would make him hate me?" Lucia asked. Jeff didn't even need to ask more, as he already knew why Lucia had come to find him. Dalen, who lost his memories, was surely treating Lucia differently. "He's being cold towards you?" Lucia felt quite uncomfortable with the question, but she still said, "He brought Victoria back home." "Then divorce him," Jeff suggested, like it was the easiest thing in the world. Lucia didn't say anything. "Jeff?" Maddie was just about to chime in with her thoughts, but the moment she opened her mouth, Jeff's sharp eyes swept over her and she swallowed her words. Lucia didn't want to divorce Dalen. "Please, did you say anything to Dalen? It's important to me," Lucia said. Jeff thought for a while and looked at Lucia with his deep eyes. Finally, he said, "No, I didn't." "Sorry for disturbing you. I'm going back." Lucia lowered her head and turned to leave. "I didn't say anything to him, but he did say something to me," Jeff said. Lucia stopped in her tracks and turned around. "What did he tell you?" Jeff took a deep breath. "He said that now that he's faced death, he realized that you had annoyed him a lot, so he didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to marry you. He really did marry you to repay your kindness. He hoped that he would fall in love with you eventually, even giving himself these illusions during the process. But in the end, he discovered that you weren't the person he wanted to be with. He's thinking about giving up, but he hasn't made up his mind yet." Lucia couldn't believe what she had heard. Her breathing was disordered, her heartbeat accelerated, and she was in pain. Is this what Dalen said? Is this really what Dalen said? He regretted marrying her? Did he just pretend to be nice to her in order to create an illusion for her? Lucia shook her head, her thoughts in disarray. "You're lying to me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." "Then how else do you explain his current attitude?" Jeff asked. Lucia was anxious as she searched for an explanation. He's just..." But what? She couldn't think of anything. She couldn't come up with the simplest of reasons, not even an excuse. She couldn't understand why Dalen was so cold to her, or why he brought Victoria back to the mansion. Was he trying to force her to leave? Lucia had thought that Dalen liked her, that he cared about her. She had wanted to stay close to him. But in the end, everything told her that she was wrong. Maddie walked over to comfort Lucia as she looked at her on the verge of tears.
Lucia, this might just be a misunderstanding. Don't be sad. Go back and talk to him.
Lucia held back her tears and said, I'm fine. I'll just go back. With that, Lucia left Jeff's house. Maddie walked in front of Jeff.
Jeff, are you lying? Why would Dalen treat Lucia like this? That's his wife.
Of course it was a lie, Jeff thought to himself. But he told Maddie, What do you want me to do about it? If Dalen doesn't want something, no one can force him. After all of Dalen's plotting against him, Jeff naturally had to return the favor.
Do all men like to be so heartless?
Maddie looked at Jeff.
Jeff, will you be the same when you get married in the future?
Will I be the same as Dalen? Jeff growled, getting angry.
Well, you are friends,
Maddie whispered. And all friends act the same? Jeff challenged. She didn't dare to say anything else out loud. Jeff took out his phone and called a number. After a moment, he yelled into the phone. I'm not going to marry Lydia. If she shows up again, I'll destroy your family. With that, he immediately hung up. Maddie looked blankly at Jeff, who had suddenly become ferocious. When Jeff's sharp eyes looked over, she immediately looked away. Who had he called? It must be someone from Lydia's family, right? It seemed that Jeff was even more heartless than Dalen. Lucia returned to the mansion. Coincidentally, Dalen and Victoria were coming out of the dining room at the same time she came into the hall. Lucia's heart ached. It was obvious that Dalen and Victoria had just finished dinner. They looked more like a couple than she and Dalen ever had. Victoria had taken her place. Lucia looked at Dalen. His eyes were still as deep as they used to be, but now there was a certain calmness and indifference in them. She still couldn't believe that Dalen would say that to Jeff. Was he really tired of her? He didn't want to continue acting? Lucia lowered her gaze uncomfortably. This was the cruelest punishment. John walked over to her.
Young madame, you're back. Have you eaten yet? The food is still warm. Shall I bring it to you?
No need. I'm not hungry. After Lucia finished speaking, she went upstairs without looking at Dalen and Victoria. Dalen looked at Lucia as she walked away. His gaze was cold as his eyes followed her upstairs until her slim figure disappeared. Victoria noticed Dalen's gaze. She didn't like the way Dalen was focusing his attention on Lucia, so she immediately spoke.
Dalen, since we've just finished eating, why don't we go out for a walk?
Yes, great idea. Dalen retracted his gaze and agreed. The sky outside was relatively dark, but he could still see the colorful roses. It was Dalen's first time seeing the roses since he'd been back. How could there be so many roses here? But he couldn't ask who planted them, or it might be suspicious. But Victoria knew why Dalen had planted the roses, and she felt very uncomfortable, especially since Dalen was lost in thought while staring at the roses. His old feelings for Lucia wouldn't rekindle just because of these flowers, right?
How strange. These flowers didn't freeze to death,
Victoria said curiously. Edward, who was behind them, heard this and said, There is warm spring water under the soil. Furthermore, whenever Mr. Patrick saw a wilted rose, he would have it immediately removed. So the roses here will always be dazzling. Victoria hated looking at those roses. Victoria looked at Dalen's expression. Dalen didn't pay attention to her, though. He was lost in his own thoughts. Apparently, he had requested these roses to be planted. But for whom? He didn't think that it was for Victoria. If they had been planted for her, she would have known why these roses didn't wither. Could it have been for Lucia? But if he was forced to marry Lucia, why would he do such a thing? He knew what roses symbolize. Dalen turned around and looked towards the mansion. Far away at the balcony stood a slim figure. His eyes slightly narrowed. It was impossible to see her face, but he knew who it was. Naturally, Lucia could also see Dalen and Victoria standing in front of the roses. Everyone knew that roses represented love. At the time, Dalen's roses meant the world to her. But now, Lucia's heart felt dark and heavy. Jeff had said that Dalen was trying to create the illusion that he liked her. So were the roses one of those illusions? Lucia's heart went numb from the shock. She didn't dare think about it. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and the more she felt she couldn't control her thoughts. Maybe she shouldn't have gone to ask Jeff. She thought it would help her feel better, but instead it added to the burden, strangling her to the point where she couldn't breathe. Lucia turned around and left the balcony. She closed the curtain and sat down on the edge of the bed. She felt like she was about to collapse. Her legs felt weak. Lucia sat there for who knows how long, until someone opened the door and came in. She turned around and saw Dalen. Lucia didn't say anything as she watched him walk in. Then he went into the bathroom and took a shower. He didn't seem to have anything to say to her. Lucia leaned against the headboard and thought bitterly that now Dalen had one wife and a mistress. Lucia leaned her head against the headboard. After Dalen came out, she looked at him and asked, "Are you tired of me? Do you regret marrying me?" Dalen looked at her. Lucia continued, "Isn't it a bit late to back out now? What were you doing all that time? When you told me to stay with you, you didn't actually want me?" Lucia asked as she stood up and walked towards Dalen. Dalen didn't say anything as he watched her walk toward him. Lucia looked up at him. Her clear, watery eyes were filled with tears, as well as dejection. "Just like those roses. You didn't plant those flowers in the soil. You planted them on my heart. They grew in my flesh, and now you suddenly tell me that you were pulling them out. Dalen, my heart is not made of stone. Do you really think that I don't feel anything at all?" Lucia sobbed. Dalen's breath became heavy as he looked at Lucia. She was talking about him? Was that true? Should he believe her? He did not let down his guard. He was wary of everyone, including Victoria and Linda. Fragments of a dream, or maybe a memory, flashed through his mind. There was a person, but her face could not be seen clearly, so he couldn't tell who she was. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Dalen groaned in pain as he pressed a hand to his forehead. "Dalen, what happened?" Lucia was startled and was about to touch his head. "Don't touch me." Dalen stepped back with a warning look. "Do you have a headache? I'll call the doctor." Lucia turned around and looked at Dalen in puzzlement. "No need," Dalen said while enduring the pain in his head. "But you are not well." Lucia frowned. "It's fine as long as you don't bother me." Dalen released her and walked towards the bed. Lucia looked at Dalen, who had finally recovered. The pain he had seemed like it was gone. She knew that Dalen must have a headache, so Lucia didn't even dare to say a word. Seeing Dalen get into bed, leaning against the headboard with his eyes closed, she realized that his complexion looked much better than before. Without a word, she turned around and entered the bathroom. Lucia undressed and stood in the shower. While she was washing, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Lucia was shocked by instinct. She turned to look at the person who entered. This situation really gave her a familiar feeling. It was Dalen's signature move. Dalen's gaze fell on Lucia, his eyes examining her. Lucia's face turned hot, and she turned her body slightly to the side. Her back was facing Dalen, and her beautiful figure could be seen clearly from behind. Dalen looked at all of her. "Why are you looking at me?" Even though Lucia knew that Dalen had seen her like this before, she still felt uncomfortable being stared at in such a manner. Furthermore, Dalen did not hide his staring. Dalen suppressed his hoarse voice and finally said, "Why didn't you show up when I left the hospital?" Lucia was stunned. Was he mad because she didn't pick him up to leave the hospital? "I'm sorry. I was told you were leaving the following day. I didn't know that you had left the hospital early." Lucia turned around and stared at Dalen. "Why didn't you call me, though? I'm your wife, but I find out everything about you through someone else's mouth." After Lucia finished her sentence, Dalen did not react. When she looked closer, she noticed that Dalen was staring at her body. Becoming angry, she turned her back again. "Are you listening to me at all?" she yelled. Since there was nothing for him to see, Dalen returned to his senses. His eyes darkened as he said, "That wasn't a good reason." After which, he immediately left. Dalen felt his body getting hot, and his breathing became heavier. He reminded himself that this was a normal physiological reaction. He's a man, and he's been in the hospital so long. Lucia's body was very sexy. Any man would like to see it. Dalen couldn't help but frown when he thought about other men seeing Lucia. However, if he really was married to Lucia, why did he only remember Victoria? Dalen was thinking a lot. Could it be that he cared about Lucia? Or was Lucia just lying to him? When Lucia came out from her shower, she saw Dalen, who was lying on the bed with his usual expression. She walked over and got into bed. When she got under the blanket, she sat in a kneeling position, facing Dalen. Dalen was busy looking at data on the computer. It was densely packed and complicated. Lucia did not understand, and she was worried that Dalen would get a headache. "Dalen, your head was hurting just now. Are you sure you can handle this? Why don't you just go to sleep?" Lucia asked. "Like I said, if you don't bother me, I won't have a headache," Dalen said, as he stared at the computer. Lucia looked at Dalen and wondered if she should be glad that at least Dalen wasn't sleeping with Victoria. He treated Victoria so well, but still he would rather sleep with Lucia here and give the master bedroom to Victoria. Lucia really didn't know what Dalen was thinking. At this moment, Victoria was standing beside the bed and looking at the contracts on the wall. The more she looked at it, the more she wished that she could tear it apart. But if she tore it off, would Dalen chase her out of the room? She didn't want to leave. She wanted to wait for Dalen to come back. Why did Lucia keep coming back? Thinking about Dalen sleeping with Lucia, she was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. Dalen was hers, so he could only be hers. Lucia probably intentionally tricked Dalen to sleep with her. In the other room, Lucia leaned on the headboard next to Dalen. Then she just watched Dalen read the data. "You don't seem to like Victoria," Dalen said, breaking the silence. Lucia was slightly stunned and asked, "Do you think I would like her? You had promised me before that nothing happened between you and her, and I chose to believe you." Dalen turned and looked at Lucia, who was lying beside him. She had such a lovable and helpless face. Had he really promised her? Lucia stretched out her small hand and put it into Dalen's large one. "Dalen, I'm sorry. Before Lucia could finish her words, a knock on the door interrupted her. Outside, Edward's voice sounded, "Mr. Patrick, Miss Victoria has fainted." Before Lucia could react, Dalen had already got off the bed and left the room. Lucia stared blankly at her empty hand that had been released. Her heart was in pain. Dalen was so concerned about Victoria's health. He cared so much about Victoria, even though he was sleeping in her bed. Lucia didn't want to cry. She wanted to have self-respect, but tears still dripped down her face. One by one, they fell onto the blanket. Upon hearing that Victoria had fainted, Dylan had such an anxious reaction. Was it really, as Jeff had said, that he was just tired of Lucia and didn't have feelings for her from the very beginning? Then why did Dylan disregard Victoria before? Victoria slowly opened her eyes and looked at Dylan, who was sitting beside her on the bed. She smiled weakly and then cried. "I'm sorry, Dylan. I didn't want to disturb your rest. I'm fine now. Go back to bed," Victoria said guiltily. "Why did you faint again?" Dylan asked. Victoria's gaze fell on Dylan's hand. She reached out her hand and touched the back of Dylan's hand. Dylan was stunned. He looked at the hand and did not move. Just now, Lucia had shoved her hand into his palm. Her soft touch was like a feeling that seeped into his blood. But with Victoria, that feeling was gone. Was it because his memories of Victoria weren't complete enough? After all, there was only one memory in his mind, Victoria hugging him while crying. Dylan wondered about what happened between the two of them. Victoria didn't notice Dylan's absent-mindedness. "Dylan, I really envy other people for having a healthy body. But I was just born like this. I can't do anything about it, but I will make myself better for you." She was so happy when she touched Dylan's hand and he didn't pull away. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," Dylan said. Victoria lowered her gaze and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Dylan, can you stay with me tonight? The bed is very big. You can sleep on the other side without touching me." Dylan looked at Victoria's shy expression with his eyes slightly squinted. Then he looked to the other side of the bed. The bed was indeed very big, so he didn't have to worry about them touching. He didn't seem to reject Victoria's invitation. Lucia sat up straight on her bed with her arms around her knees and her cell phone at her feet. She stared at the time on her phone and waited for Dylan to come back. She didn't even close her eyes. She only blinked quickly. If Dylan didn't come back, she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep at all. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed with no sign of Dylan. Lucia buried her face in her knees. Dylan was probably sleeping with Victoria, right? Was Victoria happy now? Happy to the point where her illness was almost immediately cured? Victoria must have done it on purpose. Why couldn't Dylan see it? Suddenly, there was the sound of the door opening. Lucia's body stiffened. She raised her head and looked at Dylan, who had walked in. She couldn't believe her eyes, so she kept staring at Dylan. Dylan stood at the edge of the bed and looked down at Lucia's tear-stained face. "Are you disappointed that I came back?" "I've been waiting for you." Lucia did not try to hide her feelings. "I thought—" She tried to talk, but she could not continue. It was as if she wouldn't be able to bear it if she said it out loud. Dylan didn't wait for her to finish and directly climbed into bed. Even if Lucia hadn't said it, he knew what she was going to say. Lucia looked at Dylan and said without any hesitation, "If that day ever comes, Dylan, I won't want you anymore." Dylan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lucia. His gaze carried an innate, piercing power. However, Lucia didn't back down. Instead, she met his eyes, and their hearts and minds were intertwined. "I'm telling the truth." Lucia looked at him without blinking. Dylan's eyes turned cold after Lucia spoke. "Go to sleep." Lucia refused to budge and said, "Do you think I'm joking?" Dylan immediately shifted around so his back was facing her. Lucia stretched out her hand to hit Dylan, but right before she made impact, she slowly lowered her hand and wrapped her arm around Dylan's waist. "Dylan, I'm not joking around. If you don't stay faithful to me, I won't stay by your side. This has nothing to do with whether I love you or not." Dylan's body trembled when he was held, but he didn't push Lucia away. It was as if his body was unable to obey his will. He gradually fell asleep. In the other room, Victoria stood beside her bed like a ghost. The reason she invited Dalen to sleep with her was so obvious. Could it be that Dalen didn't get it? Yet he still returned to Lucia's room. In that case, why was he acting so concerned about her, appearing in her room as soon as he heard she fainted? Yes, she was intentionally faking it, but the results of the test filled her with joy. However, then he left, which made her extremely disappointed. At least now it was much better than before. Previously, Dalen didn't care if she fainted or not. He only cared about Lucia. So she will keep trying her best. As long as Dalen acted interested in her, there would be a day when she could snatch him away. Lucia didn't sleep well, or perhaps she was too afraid of Dalen leaving. Therefore, she felt it the moment Dalen woke up. Looking at Dalen, who was getting off the bed and putting on his clothes, she asked, "Aren't you going to rest more? The doctor must have advised you to rest a bit more so that you could recover." "No need," Dalen responded without looking at her. Lucia felt disheartened when she heard his cold tone. "You're in such a hurry to get out of bed. Are you going to see if Victoria is getting better?" "Since you know, I don't need to answer you." Lucia was so angry that her heart hurt. She got off the bed and went to pull Dalen, who was about to leave, back to the bed. "What are you doing?" Dalen's eyes were cold and harsh. "What am I doing? Even if you sleep by my side, your heart isn't with me. I can tell." Lucia sighed. Dalen's expression was cold. He grabbed Lucia's hand, put on his suit jacket, and turned around to leave. The door slammed behind him. At that moment, it was like Dalen's fist had hit her heart, causing Lucia to be unable to catch her breath. Lucia felt as if all her strength had been sucked out of her body. She desperately needed to find a place to support herself. When she tried to sit back on the bed, her bare feet touched something. Lucia looked on the ground and saw what she had stepped on. The crystal wolfhound pendant. Why is her pendant here? It must have been in Dalen's coat just now. Had he found the pendant under his hospital pillow and kept it with him all this time? Lucia's heart was filled with confusion and bitterness. She didn't understand. Why would he be so heartless to her and yet keep the pendant? Not long after he left, Dalen realized that the pendant he had on him was gone. He turned around and returned to Lucia's room. When he opened the door, he saw Lucia holding a pendant in a daze. Dalen's expression changed. He walked over and said coldly, "Don't touch my things." With that, he snatched the pendant from Lucia's hands. Lucia snapped out of her stupor and looked at Dalen. What did you just say? This is your things?" she stuttered. "Don't do it again," Dalen snapped. Lucia was stupefied. Her mind was still digesting Dalen's reaction and words. Now he thought that the pendant was his? Didn't he give it to her? Why did he act like it was truly his possession? Lucia was somewhat taken aback as she looked at Dalen's departing back. Then she hurriedly ran forward and stood in front of Dalen. Dalen glared at her, but Lucia did not care about his expression anymore. She stared at every line on Dalen's face and asked, "I know. That pendant is a gift from Bianca, right? Are you still in touch with her?" Dalen's mind was working quickly. Who was Bianca? He had no memory. However, if the pendant was neither Victoria's nor Lucia's, it must belong to Bianca. "Dalen, did Bianca give it to you?" Lucia asked again. "She gave it to me, so don't touch it. Do you understand?" Dalen warned as he pushed Lucia away, opened the door, and went out. Lucia stood there stiffly. Bianca had disappeared a long time ago. How would he have contacted her? How could this pendant be given to him by Bianca? No one was clearer than her about how this pendant came to be here. Lucia turned around and ran out to catch up with Dalen. She stopped at a distance and yelled at Dalen's back. "Dalen, you bastard! You actually dared to lose your memories with me. Dalen's entire body froze. His eyes looked forward coldly. Victoria, who had heard the noise, stood in front of him. The servant beside Lucia also looked towards Dalen. Mr. Patrick lost his memories. Was this for real? When Dalen turned around, the servant lowered his head and pretended not to hear him. What are you talking about? Dalen asked. Lucia walked forward, step by step, staring into Dalen's dark eyes until she stood in front of him. She searched his face, looking for an answer. Then tell me, who was the one who gave the pendant to you? Lucia challenged. Dalen immediately understood what the problem was. This accessory was not Bianca's gift to him, and Lucia knew that. Dalen grabbed Lucia's wrist and said in a low voice, I'll tell you who gave it to you. Then he dragged Lucia roughly back into the room and slammed the door shut. Only after Lucia was thrown into the room did Dalen let her go. There was pain in her wrist and a circle of red. Dalen stared at her coldly without saying a word. Then tell me who gave it to you, Lucia said. You, Dalen answered with assurance. Lucia's expression changed, but then she asked, Are you sure? I'm sure. Okay, then let me tell you. I didn't give it to you, Lucia said. Are you trying to trick me? Dalen's expression turned ugly.